Chosen one. The ground beneath your feet is moving, not in chaos, but in calling. Heaven is shifting your coordinates. You may not see it yet, but you are being relocated by divine design. The place that once felt safe now feels too small because your spirit has outgrown its walls. The familiar has turned quiet. The atmosphere feels heavy. That is not depression, it is divine transition. You have stayed faithful where you were planted, but God never meant that soil to be your forever home. You are like a tree whose roots have reached the end of the pot. The master gardener must now replant you in wider ground. Growth demands space, and heaven is creating it for you, even if it means shaking everything loose. There once was a man, a modern-day chosen one, who resisted this very moment. For years he served faithfully in a company, thinking stability was a blessing. But inside, he felt an ache, a whisper, "There's more." He prayed for peace, yet restlessness only grew. Then one day, his position was unexpectedly dissolved. He thought it was disaster. But months later, that closed door became the doorway to his own business, something God had been preparing all along. What looked like loss was relocation in disguise. You, too, may be standing in that same tension between what you built and what God is breaking. But the shaking isn't to destroy you, it's to release you. Like an eagle nudging its young out of the nest, God allows discomfort so that your wings finally learn what they were made for. Every divine relocation begins with a holy disturbance. The ground of the old season starts to crack. Conversations no longer flow. Opportunities fade. Don't mistake this for failure. You are not being rejected, you are being redirected. The doors closing are not your enemies. They are heaven's ushers, guiding you towards new territory. You see, you've been faithful in the old, and heaven has taken note. But when God calls you higher, loyalty to what was can become disobedience to what is. Some people will not understand your move. They will call it reckless. They will call it pride. But heaven calls it obedience. There's a sacred rhythm to this kind of faith. God calls. You step, and only then does the ground appear beneath your feet. That's how chosen ones move, by trust, not sight. Imagine standing on a shoreline at dawn. The waves keep erasing your footprints as soon as you take another step. That's what transition feels like, your past disappearing while your future hasn't yet formed. But in that emptiness, there's a presence guiding each move, whispering, "Keep walking, I'm already there." It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 42, verse 31. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. This is the promise hovering over you now. You will not collapse in this transition. You will rise. You will soar. Every delay was preparation for liftoff. The same God who stirred your nest is the one who will teach you how to fly. When God relocates you, He doesn't just move your location, He transforms your identity. The one who leaves is not the same as the one who arrives. You are shedding what no longer carries divine purpose. Old habits, old fears, old versions of yourself. The pruning may sting, but it's proof of potential. Let go of the idea that comfort equals blessing. In God's kingdom, movement is often the miracle. Think of Abraham leaving without a map, trusting only the voice. Think of Ruth stepping into foreign soil to find favor. You are walking in that same lineage of faith now. Take a breath. Feel it? That pull inside your chest. That's heaven's compass. It's not random. The Spirit is aligning your steps with your next assignment. You may not know the full picture, but you know the painter, and that's enough. Now, before you move on from this word, pause for a moment of obedience. If you can sense this stirring in your own spirit, comment 444 below as a sign of divine alignment. It's not just a number, it's a prophetic echo that says, I trust the relocation. End quote. And if this message speaks to your journey, gently like, share, and subscribe so that others who are in the middle of their own transition can find this same confirmation. You're not doing it for numbers, you're doing it to spread light. The winds are shifting. Chosen one. The nest is shaking. The horizon ahead glows with promise. Don't resist the move. Rise with it. You may not realize it now, but every goodbye that broke your heart was a seed of glory. The pain you feel is not punishment. It's proof that heaven is preparing a greater place for you. Sometimes God must tear us away from what feels steady so He can place us where our faith finally breathes. You are not losing ground. You are being lifted higher. The breaking you feel is a birthing. When you step out in faith, the world may not applaud. Some will doubt your choice. Others will question your timing. But the move is not for their understanding, it's for your obedience. Destiny rarely announces itself with clarity. It appears in fragments of courage. Every step you take into the unknown is a silent declaration. I trust you, Lord. So hold your head high. Even if tears fall, heaven records every step you take toward your new season. What seems uncertain now will one day become your testimony of faith. You will look back and say, that was the moment I truly began to live. Let your heart settle. What's ahead of you is not chaos, it's calling. Every wind, every push, every strange change is working together to position you for promise. Now breathe. Release the old one final time. You are ready. The next door is already opening. Step forward. Chosen one. The new has been waiting for you. You were never meant to stay there. The place that once held purpose has finished its assignment in your life. That season, with all its familiar rhythms, has done what it was meant to do: shape you, strengthen you, teach you. But now the Spirit is whispering, move forward. Staying would mean shrinking. Staying would mean silencing the voice that has carried you through storms. Change rarely feels holy at first. It often looks like loss. When the routines that used to comfort you no longer fit, you begin to wonder what went wrong. But nothing went wrong. You simply outgrew that version of yourself. The same way a butterfly cannot remain inside the cocoon that once protected it, you cannot stay where you once survived. There's a kind of quiet grief that comes when God asks you to leave something good. It's easier to walk away from pain than from peace. But divine relocation is not about escaping, it's about expanding. God is not removing you from your past because it was bad. He's calling you into your future because it's better. You may remember the time when everything felt perfectly aligned, friends close, work stable, prayers answered in gentle ways. Then, suddenly, it began to unravel. Conversations turned shallow. Opportunities dried up. You felt invisible in rooms where you once thrived. You asked, Lord, why now? Why this? But heaven's silence was not rejection. It was invitation. The unraveling was a map leading you out. There was a young teacher, once, a man devoted to his calling, loved by his students, respected by his peers. Yet one morning, as he stood before his class, he felt a strange emptiness. Words that once carried fire now fell like dust. That evening, he prayed, "God, if this is not where I'm supposed to be anymore, give me the courage to leave." Within weeks, the school announced a sudden closure. He lost what he thought was his life's purpose. But that loss became the spark that led him to start a youth foundation, one that changed hundreds of lives. Looking back, he realized God didn't close a door, he built a bridge. That is what divine relocation often feels like, a sudden bridge built from breaking pieces. You only see the structure after you've walked across. God is intentional with your movements. Every delay, every disappointment, every detour, it's all calculated grace. The place where you've been was necessary, but it cannot carry the next layer of your destiny. You're moving from maintenance to multiplication. What once sustained you will soon limit you if you don't let go. When the Israelites camped in the wilderness, the cloud of God's presence would rise and move. And whenever the cloud moved, they had to pack up and follow. Imagine that thousands of people folding their tents, gathering their belongings. Because a single cloud lifted, some surely asked, "Why can't we stay? It's comfortable here." But comfort is the enemy of calling. The cloud was never meant to stay still, and neither are you. That's why everything in your current season feels tighter. It's God's gentle way of saying, don't build permanent walls in a temporary place. The frustration you feel isn't punishment, it's propulsion. Heaven is pressing you toward destiny's door. Remember this: obedience doesn't always come with explanation. Abraham was told to leave his country, his people, and his father's house, and go to a land God would show him. No map, no details, just trust. That same invitation echoes over you now. You may not know where, but you know who, and that's enough. There is also divine wisdom in the timing of relocation. God doesn't rush your move. He prepares your foundation. Like a sculptor chiseling marble, he cuts away what cannot travel with you. The relationships that no longer fit, the habits that dilute your focus, the fears that whisper you're not ready, all of them are being stripped off. So you can step into the new without the weight of the old. It's okay to feel the ache of goodbye. Heaven isn't asking you to erase your memories. It's asking you to trust that there's more beyond them. You can honor where you've been while still obeying where you're going. Gratitude for the old does not cancel your readiness for the new. When the night feels long and uncertainty keeps you awake, remind yourself that transition is proof of movement. If nothing were changing, it would mean you'd stopped growing. You're in motion because God still has more for you to become. Look around you now. The signs are already present. Conversations that once thrilled you now feel empty. Things that once inspired you now seem heavy. It's not boredom, it's divine discontent. Heaven is weaning you off the old so your spirit can crave the new. And when the time comes to step out, you'll know. The same peace that once held you in the last place will nudge you toward the next one. You won't have to force it. The same God who whispered, "Stay," before, will now whisper, "Go." According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verses 5 and 6, trust in the Lord with all your heart. And lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your paths. That's your promise in this season. You're not walking into mystery alone. Your path is being directed by divine hands. The map may be invisible, but the guidance is certain. So breathe. Chosen one, don't rush what God is building. The soil of your next chapter is already being prepared. You won't need to chase it. It will call for you when it's ready. Until then, stay sensitive, stay surrendered, and keep your heart unanchored from the past. The place you're leaving was holy for a time, but holiness moves. You are not abandoning your promise, you're advancing it. The stirring in your spirit isn't confusion, it's confirmation. That restlessness you've tried to silence is the voice of heaven calling you to rise. Every time you've said, something feels off, that was your soul responding to divine movement. God often disturbs your peace when it's time to expand your territory. You're not breaking down, you're breaking through. It's strange, isn't it? How comfort begins to feel like a cage. What once felt like safety now feels like suffocation. You keep looking around, hoping something external will shift. But what's changing is inside of you. That's where relocation begins, in the heart. Long before the body moves, there was a woman, a chosen one, who prayed earnestly for direction. For months, she felt a quiet unease, like her spirit didn't fit in her own life anymore. She tried distractions, filled her days with noise, but the silence kept calling. One night, she whispered, "Lord, if you're really moving me, make it undeniable." The next morning, an opportunity appeared in her inbox, an open door that required courage and surrender. It wasn't convenient, but it was divine. She said yes, and the moment she obeyed, peace returned. That's how divine stirring works. It disrupts before it delivers. You can't find rest in a place God has outgrown for you. And if He's stirring you now, it's not punishment, it's preparation. He's loosening your grip so He can place something new in your hands. The Spirit knows when your season has expired, even if your emotions don't. That's why things that once energized you now feel empty. People who once understood you now seem distant. Your passion fades not because you failed, but because the assignment is shifting. The old well has run dry, and God is calling you toward living water. There is a sacred sign in this moment, the agitation that won't leave you alone. Don't ignore it. Divine unrest is the echo of purpose calling from the future. If you keep forcing yourself to stay where God has moved on from, you'll feel your soul dim. And you were not chosen to dim, you were chosen to blaze. Imagine standing before a locked gate in the dark. You've knocked. You've prayed. You've waited, but nothing opens. What you don't see is that the gate was never yours to enter. A few steps ahead, a door stands open, but you must turn to see it. The stirring in your chest is heaven whispering, "Turn now." This is where faith meets motion. You don't need every detail to take the first step. You only need discernment to recognize when peace lifts. The same Spirit that comforts also commands. The difference is subtle, but the chosen recognize the shift. The Word of God declares in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 14, "For those who are led by the Spirit of God are the children of God." That is your anchor. You are not wandering, you are being led. The stirring is not random. It is the compass of heaven pointing you forward. There's something beautiful about holy discomfort. It refines your focus. It purifies your motives. It detaches you from applause so that you can follow the whisper of God instead of the noise of the crowd. Every true relocation begins with inner release before outer movement. So if you feel unsettled, good. It means heaven still has plans for you. The moment your heart stops stirring, you've stopped growing. Let that unease drive you to prayer. Not panits. Ask, Lord, what are you preparing me for? Then wait. The answer will come, not in thunder, but in a still small voice. Your story is not delayed. You are not behind. You are exactly where God awakens you to readiness. The stirring is the first breath of your next beginning. Before you leave this message, pause and acknowledge what your spirit already knows. If you can feel that subtle tremor in your soul, the one that says change is near, then write these 3 words below as a sign of alignment. I feel it. Don't write it because it's trending. Write it because your spirit recognizes the truth of this season. That comment becomes your agreement with heaven, a small act that says, I will not resist the move anymore. The stirring won't stop until obedience starts. But once you surrender, peace will return, not the peace of sameness, but the peace of purpose. That is how you'll know the move has begun. When you whisper, I feel it, something begins to shift in the unseen. That small confession opens a divine circuit between your heart and heaven's plan. God doesn't need volume. He responds to authenticity. It's not the length of your prayer that moves him. It's the truth inside your surrender. The moment you acknowledge what your spirit feels, you give heaven permission to confirm what it's already arranged. Every great transformation begins with awareness. You cannot step into new territory while denying the tremor inside. The stirring you sense is evidence that the next chapter is already written. Heaven shakes your spirit, so your feet will start to move. Don't wait for a perfect sign. Faith often looks like walking into fog, trusting that solid ground will appear. This awareness is not anxiety, it's alignment. It means your heart is catching up with what heaven has decided. You are standing in the threshold of transition, one foot still in the old, the other already touching the promise. The only step left is agreement. Say it once more, quietly but firmly, I feel it. Let those words become a seed. Over the coming days, God will water that seed with clarity, confirmation, and courage. You will not miss the move. So rest now. The stirring was never meant to exhaust you. It was meant to wake you. The wind is already changing direction. And soon, you will too. When doors start closing, it can feel like the world is turning against you. Opportunities that once opened easily suddenly become sealed. Conversations go quiet. Projects stall. The rhythm you relied on begins to fade. And you're left standing in the silence, asking, what did I do wrong? But the truth is, nothing went wrong. Heaven simply shifted the season. God never shuts a door to punish his chosen. He shuts it to protect the path ahead. A door that stays open too long can let in the wrong voices. A doorway not meant for your feet can drain what was meant to grow. Every closure carries mercy, disguised as disappointment. You see, we often praise God for the doors that open, but rarely for the ones that close. Yet the closed doors have saved us from battles we never needed to fight. They have kept us from relationships that would have dulled our discernment. They have guarded us from assignments that would have broken us before our time. There once was a young man. passionate about ministry, who prayed to join a certain team. He fasted, applied, and waited, but nothing moved. His name was overlooked, and he felt invisible. He wrestled with rejection, asking, "Lord, why not me?" Years later, the same ministry collapsed under corruption. That closed door had been divine protection. In time, God opened another path for him, a smaller one, humble but pure. That path became the place where his calling grew without compromise. You may be living that story right now. A relationship has ended. A business deal has dissolved. A plan you were sure about suddenly fell apart, and you're questioning everything. But what if the very thing that feels like a setback is God's strategic redirection? What if your prayer for promotion was answered through prevention? Heaven knows what you cannot see. Sometimes God allows you to stand before a locked door just long enough for you to understand that it's not yours to open. He does not want you to waste your anointing, forcing entry into places that were never assigned to your name. The closing of doors is not rejection, it's rerouting. You are being guided towards something more aligned with your growth. Think of a shepherd guiding his flock. When the sheep approach a dead end, the shepherd blocks the path not to harm them, but to turn them toward greener pasture. In the same way, God is guiding you through what looks like denial. At times, closed doors come suddenly, leaving no explanation. Other times, they close slowly, giving you time to feel the hinge creak and prepare your heart. In either case, it's divine choreography. Heaven is timing every lock, every pause, every redirection. When one door closes, God is not asking you to stand there and mourn forever. You can grieve the ending, yes, but don't camp by the closed door. The key to your next chapter will not be found there. Lift your eyes, for there is always another passage waiting. You might not hear it yet, but in the distance, a new door is already unlocking. The same hands that shut one will soon open another. The sound of that latch turning will make sense of every no you ever received. In moments like these, silence becomes sacred. When heaven closes a door, it often closes noise with it. That's why the people you once talked to easily now feel distant. God is protecting your focus, isolating your spirit so you can hear Him without interference. What looks like isolation is really insulation. Let the silence do its work. Let it cleanse your heart from dependency on constant approval. Closed doors create stillness, and stillness gives birth to revelation. You will see, soon enough, that the delay was direction, and the denial was divine redirection. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. No, that's what every closed door is whispering, even when you can't hear it yet. I still have plans for you. And when doors shut, the natural instinct is to knock louder. But in this season, God isn't asking for noise, He's asking for trust. The door doesn't open by force, it opens by timing, and timing belongs to Him. Take this moment as a quiet invitation to rest. Don't stand in frustration, beating on the door of what used to be. Step back, breathe. Watch as God unfolds a better way. The path He's preparing won't require pushing, it will recognize your arrival. One day soon, You'll look back and thank God for every no that led you to a greater yes. You'll realize that what you thought was rejection was, in fact, redirection toward peace, purpose, and protection. And when that next door opens, and it will, you'll walk through with a wiser heart, a quieter spirit, and a deeper gratitude for the doors that closed behind you. Chosen one viet by live danoi. There will come a moment when you finally understand why those doors had to close. The timing, the silence, the disappointment, it will all unfold into perfect sense. You will see how God used what you lost to clear the path for what truly belonged to you. Every unanswered prayer will reveal itself as a redirection, not rejection. Closed doors teach trust. They strip away illusion and strengthen discernment. They force you to listen to the whisper rather than the crowd. The stillness between endings and beginnings is where faith grows roots deep enough to hold future blessings. So, don't rush to find another door. Let the pause breathe. Heaven is arranging the next chapter behind the scenes. When it's time, you won't have to knock. The door will open by recognition, not effort. The separation season, few words feel heavier. Yet few seasons are more sacred. When God begins to separate you from certain people, places, and patterns, it's never to leave you lonely. It's to make room for what's next. You might not see it now, but heaven is protecting your destiny by pruning your circle. You've probably noticed it already. The calls that used to come every day have gone silent. The friends who once understood your heart now seem distant. The spaces that used to feel like home suddenly feel foreign. It's not that something went wrong, it's that your frequency changed. You've been growing, and growth always shifts alignment. Think of a tree in early spring. It loses branches that no longer bear fruit, not out of cruelty, but out of purpose. The gardener doesn't apologize for pruning. He knows new life needs space to breathe. That's what God is doing with you. The cutting may sting, but it's the kindness of heaven shaping your roots for fruitfulness. There was once a woman who prayed for God to take away her loneliness. She begged him to bring back the people who had walked out of her life. But one night, in prayer, she heard a whisper in her spirit. I didn't remove them to punish you. I removed them to reveal you. It took time for her to understand that not everyone is meant to cross every season. Some people are divine scaffolds there for construction, but not the completed building. Once the structure stands, the scaffolds must come down. You are that building. And right now, heaven is removing the scaffolding. The noise that once surrounded you is fading so that your foundation can settle. God doesn't want to build something eternal on what's temporary. There's a strange peace that follows this kind of separation. At first, it feels like heartbreak. Then, slowly, it turns into clarity. You start to realize that peace is better than popularity, and destiny is better than comfort. You see how God gently guided you away from certain tables because the food there would have starved your purpose. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, the second epistle, chapter 6, verse 17, Therefore, come out from among them and be separate, says the Lord. Touch no unclean thing, and I will receive you. Lon, this verse isn't about arrogance, it's about alignment. God is calling you out. Not because others are unworthy, but because your assignment requires purity of focus. Some relationships aren't evil, they're simply expired. Staying attached would mean suffocating your next breath of purpose. And yet, Separation doesn't mean isolation. Even as God pulls you away from what's familiar, He's preparing new connections, people who speak the language of your destiny, who see the fire in your spirit and refuse to dim it. You'll know them when you meet them. They won't compete with your calling, they'll celebrate it. So, if you're walking through a season of quiet, of distance, of holy loneliness, don't fight it. This is your wilderness of becoming. This is where oil forms. This is where character matures. Moses met God in solitude. David was anointed in obscurity. Jesus prepared in the desert. You, too, are being refined where no one is watching. Imagine a potter at work. The clay spins on the wheel, pressed and reshaped by hands that seem unrelenting. The clay cannot see the final form, it only feels the pressure, but the potter's touch is steady, intentional. Every spin, every squeeze, every pause, it's all part of the design. The separation you feel is that shaping moment. The pressure is not punishment, it's preparation. In this sacred season, don't try to rush back to the noise. Let stillness become your teacher. Let silence stretch your faith. Let loss teach you that sometimes subtraction is God's method for multiplication. If this word touches something inside you, if you can feel that gentle stirring like sunlight finding its way through the cracks, then I invite you, softly and sincerely, to like, share, and subscribe. Do it not as routine, but as a ripple. Every click is like lighting another lantern along this winding path, helping another wanderer see that they, too, are being guided home. When you share light, it multiplies. When you subscribe, you build a bridge that keeps the flame alive. Let this act be a whisper to heaven. I will carry the light forward. End quote. Let your heart rest in this. The ones meant to walk with you will find you again. The ones meant to leave have already served their part. You don't need to chase anyone. The God who relocates you will surround you with the right people at the right time. The garden of your life is being cleared. Old roots are coming up. But soon, new shoots will rise. Stay tender. Stay open. The hands that separate are the same hands that bless. Every separation leaves an echo, but not every echo deserves your attention. Some sounds are meant to fade so that you can finally hear your own heartbeat again. That heartbeat, steady, quiet, and alive, is proof that purpose still pulses within you. In time, you will look back and see the divine choreography in every goodbye. The pattern will reveal itself like stars forming constellations. You'll finally see how each loss traced the outline of your destiny. What once felt like emptiness will shine as evidence of God's careful hand. So, let peace settle where pain once lived. The silence after separation isn't absence, it's sacred space. It's where God whispers your next assignment, your next miracle, your next chapter. Stay still just a little longer. The new thing is already breathing your name. There comes a moment in every divine relocation when you must stop holding on and finally let go. This is that moment for you. The ache in your hands isn't from loss, it's from gripping what God has already released. You keep looking backward, replaying what could have been, when heaven is whispering, "Look ahead, I'm already there." No, it's time to unclench your fists. Chosen one, the old has served its purpose. The season that once sustained you cannot sustain you anymore. You prayed for new blessings. but your hands are still full of yesterday. And God, in His mercy, cannot pour new oil into vessels that refuse to be emptied. Letting go doesn't mean you stopped loving. It doesn't erase memories or devalue what once was. It simply means you've matured enough to recognize that holding on has become heavier than releasing, like a bird shedding feathers before a long flight. You must lighten your wings to rise higher. There was a man, once a dreamer, passionate and faithful, who built something beautiful in his hometown. But as years passed, his dreams grew larger than the town itself. He started feeling trapped. Yet he stayed because loyalty sounded holier than obedience. One day, after another door closed, he finally asked God why everything was crumbling. The answer came softly, "You can't carry new dreams with old discipline." That day, he packed his bags, and in that step of surrender, his entire life shifted. That's the power of letting go. The release is painful, but release always precedes revelation. Many of God's chosen wrestle in this very place. Between nostalgia and necessity, you keep trying to repair what God has already replaced. You're rewriting old chapters when heaven is ready to unveil a new book. The truth is, sometimes the most spiritual thing you can do is to stop trying. Look at how nature mirrors the divine rhythm of release. Leaves fall without fear. Rivers change direction without asking permission. Even the moon surrenders its light to darkness every night, only to shine again in appointed time. Creation trusts the process, so should you. Letting go doesn't make you weak, it proves your faith. It means you trust God's heart more than your history. According to what is revealed in the book of Hosea, chapter 2, verse 15, "There I will give her back her vineyards, and will make the valley of Achor a door of hope. There she will sing, as in the days of her youth." So, there it is, a door of hope. But notice, it only opens in the valley. You must release before you receive. The valley becomes a place of renewal, not regret. You may be walking through that valley now, surrounded by echoes of what used to be, but even here, hope is germinating beneath the soil of surrender. Every tear you've cried is watering tomorrow's joy. It's okay to grieve the old chapter. Even Jesus wept before resurrecting Lazarus. His tears didn't prove unbelief, they proved love. Grief honors what was, but faith builds what's coming. Cry if you must, but don't pitch a tent in the graveyard. The resurrection is already scheduled. Letting go will test your trust more than any sermon or song ever could. You will feel empty for a time, but emptiness is sacred. It's the space God fills next. Think of a jar that's been poured out. It doesn't mourn what was inside. It stands ready to be filled again. That is you now. When your mind tries to drag you back to familiar patterns, whisper this truth: I release it so I can rise. Say it until peace begins to settle. Your release is not the end of your story. It's the unlocking of the next chapter. There is a certain holiness in surrender that cannot be experienced any other way. It's not passive, it's powerful. You are saying, "I trust your plan more than my preference." And that declaration moves heaven. Letting go is also about identity. Some of what you're releasing isn't just people or places, it's versions of yourself. The you who always had to be strong, the you who lived to please, the you who apologized for shining. God is stripping those layers off, not to expose you, but to free you. You're being reintroduced to yourself, the one heaven originally designed. And when you finally release the old, you'll notice something miraculous. Peace returns. Not the fragile peace that depends on circumstance, but the deep peace that says, even here, I'm safe. Take a deep breath. Exhale slowly. That's how surrender feels. Every breath out makes room for new air to enter. Every release makes space for God to refill you. Letting go is not losing. It's trading lesser things for lasting things. The friendships that drifted away, the jobs that ended, the dreams that didn't unfold, they weren't wasted. They were part of the refining fire that forged your faith. Nothing you released in obedience will ever be forgotten by heaven. So now, if your spirit bears witness that this word is for you, if something inside you whispers, yes, that's me, then pause for a sacred moment and comment 555 below. Not as a ritual, not as routine, but as a prophetic act, a small sign that says, I'm releasing what was so I can receive what is. No, each 555 written becomes like a stone laid down on your Jordan River, marking the place where you crossed from holding on to moving forward. You are not behind. You are not broken. You are being beautifully rebuilt. Every release is leading you closer to restoration. So, let go. Not because you have to, but because you're finally free to. The wilderness between the old and the new is the place where many lose heart. Yet it's also where the deepest miracles are born. When God calls you out of what was, He doesn't always show you what's next. You step out in faith and suddenly find yourself standing in a desert too far from where you began, but not yet close enough to where you're going. This is the sacred in-between, the proving ground of trust. At first, it feels like silence. The familiar routines vanish. The voices that once confirmed your steps grow quiet. Even prayer feels dry sometimes, like speaking into the wind. You wonder if you missed something, if maybe you moved too soon. But this emptiness isn't abandonment, it's alignment. God removes noise so you can recognize His whisper. The wilderness has always been God's classroom. Moses learned obedience there. Elijah learned endurance there. Even Jesus was led into the wilderness by the Spirit, not by the enemy, but by purpose. It's where self-reliance dies and spiritual sight awakens. You can't find your next coordinates by looking around. You find them by looking within. It is in this place that faith stops being theory. You discover what you really believe about God when there is no map and no applause. When the pillars of routine crumble, what remains is relationship. Imagine walking through a fog so thick you can't see your own footprints. Every step feels uncertain, yet the ground keeps holding you. That's how grace works in this season. It doesn't always remove the fog, but it keeps you from falling. The wilderness strips you of performance. Here, titles mean nothing. Applause fades. What matters is authenticity. The same fire that once fueled your ambition now purifies your intentions. You stop asking, how can I make this work? And start asking, who am I becoming? There was once a young woman who followed God's voice into what she thought was a new opportunity. She left her city, her friends, her job, everything familiar. But when she arrived, the promise looked nothing like she expected. Doors stayed closed. Loneliness met her at every turn. She cried often, wondering if she had misunderstood. But in that stillness, her prayer life deepened. She began to know God not as an idea, but as a presence. Years later, she looked back and realized the wilderness hadn't delayed her destiny, it had defined it. That's the hidden beauty of this season. The wilderness teaches dependence, and dependence opens revelation. You begin to recognize the subtle ways God provides, a timely word from a stranger, a verse that glows like fire in your spirit, a peace that arrives for no reason. Manna doesn't come in abundance, it comes in just enough portions to remind you of the source. According to what is written in the book of Exodus, chapter 16, verse 4, "Then the Lord said to Moses, I will rain down bread from heaven for you. The people are to go out each day and gather enough for that day." Oh, enough for that day. That's how heaven sustains you here. Not with overflow, but with daily grace. God is teaching you rhythm, not rush. The wilderness is not punishment, it's preparation for stewardship. If He gave you everything at once, you'd mistake blessing for self-sufficiency. It's in this space that gratitude becomes your lifeline. You learn to thank God for small provisions, for strength to get through another sunrise, for the quiet assurance that you're not forgotten. Gratitude turns the desert into sanctuary. The wilderness also reveals the illusions you carried. It shows you what you trusted more than Him: the approval of others, the comfort of certainty, the illusion of control. In the stillness, all those layers fall away until all that's left is you and God face to face, heart to heart. It's tempting to rush this season, to find shortcuts back to comfort. But every time you try to escape early, you lose the depth God intended. Growth doesn't happen in haste, it happens in hiddenness. Seeds don't sprout in sunlight, they break in darkness first. You will notice subtle signs that transformation is underway. The fear that once paralyzed you no longer speaks as loudly. The doubts that used to define you start fading. A quiet confidence rises, not loud, but steady. That's the sound of wilderness wisdom. And though this season feels endless, it isn't. The same God who led you here has already marked the exit. When the time is right, the wind will shift, and you'll sense movement again. The fog will lift just enough for you to see the next step. You'll realize that the wilderness was not the pause before purpose, it was the birthplace of it. When the Israelites left Egypt, they thought the desert was delay, but it was design. The journey that felt like wandering was actually rewiring. Slavery had left scars on their identity, and the wilderness was where God healed them before introducing them to promise. You're walking that same pattern, freed, refined, prepared. So don't curse this quiet place. Build an altar here instead. Thank God for the strength that still holds you when nothing makes sense. Thank Him for manna that appears just in time. Thank Him for the humility that's replacing pride, the patience that's replacing panic, because one day soon, you'll step out of this desert carrying treasures only the wilderness could give: discernment, peace, and a faith that doesn't flinch. And when you finally reach your promised ground, you'll know how to handle abundance without losing dependence. Breaking the chains of nostalgia is one of the hardest tasks for any chosen one. The past has a way of whispering with sweetness, painting itself in colors brighter than it ever was. Memory softens pine, polishing old moments until they gleam like treasure. But nostalgia, though comforting, can become a trap, one that chains your feet to seasons long expired. You may find yourself thinking, "Those were the best days of my life," or If only things could go back to how they were. That voice seems harmless, but it's the subtle voice of delay, because while you're staring backward, life is unfolding forward. Heaven moves in one direction, ahead. The danger of nostalgia isn't in remembering, it's in remaining. When God calls you out of the old, the greatest temptation isn't sin, it's sentiment. You start missing people who no longer fit, longing for situations that once felt safe, idolizing the comfort that nearly suffocated your calling. But no matter how golden the past seems, it cannot hold what God is building in your future. There was once a musician, gifted and passionate, who achieved early success. The applause, the lights, the recognition, it all felt like purpose. But when that season ended, he couldn't let it go. For years, he chased the echo of old glory, trying to recreate what had already faded. The more he clung to yesterday, the more his creativity dried up. One night, weary and defeated, he heard a quiet whisper, "You cannot sing new songs with an old breath." That moment broke him open. He began writing again, not to be famous, but to be faithful. His best work came after the applause ended. You see, nostalgia can disguise itself as gratitude, but it's often fear in softer clothing. Gratitude remembers and releases. Nostalgia remembers and resists. Gratitude says, "Thank you, Lord, for what was." Nostalgia says, "Why can't it be that way again?" The first posture invites peace, the second invites paralysis. According to what is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 43, verse 18 and 19, "Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing, now it springs up, do you not perceive it?" God is not asking you to erase your history. He's asking you to stop worshipping it. Every season has served its sacred purpose. The laughter, the tears, the lessons, they've done their work. You can honor your past without building a shrine to it. Sometimes nostalgia anchors itself, not in moments, but in people. You keep replaying relationships that once brought joy, even though you know they no longer fit the direction of your growth. You scroll through old pictures, read old messages, revisit old haunts. You tell yourself it's harmless, but each glance backward costs you a little more presence. Every minute spent living in memory is a minute stolen from momentum. God understands the tenderness of this struggle. Even Lot's wife turned back when leaving Sodom, not because she loved destruction, but because she feared disconnection. But when she turned, she froze. Looking back turned her into salt, a statue of what once was. Her story is not condemnation, it's caution. The past, when worshipped, becomes a tomb. In your journey, nostalgia will often appear right before breakthrough. The enemy knows that if he can get you to look back, he can keep you from stepping forward. You may find yourself reminiscing more than usual, feeling drawn to the familiar, questioning your decisions. Recognize that as spiritual resistance, not sentimental weakness. Breaking those chains begins with awareness. Start by blessing what has been. Thank God for the friendships, the lessons, the laughter, even the pain. Then, consciously release them. Speak it aloud if you must. I release what was so, I can embrace what will be. When you do, heaven responds. You'll feel something shift, a lightness, a fresh breath in your spirit. That's freedom. It might help to think of nostalgia like a photograph. The image is beautiful, but it's flat. It captures a single moment, frozen in time. While life continues to move in full color beyond its frame, God is painting a new canvas. Now, your role is to keep moving with His brush. The process of breaking free from nostalgia may bring grief, because you are letting go of familiar warmth. Allow that grief to move through you. Cry if you must. Remember, tears are liquid prayers. They speak what words cannot. Each tear becomes a seed of surrender, watering the soil of your new beginning. Over time, you'll notice the memories lose their power to pull you backward. You'll revisit them with peace, not pain. You'll remember with gratitude instead of longing. That's when you'll know the chains have fallen. Freedom from nostalgia gives you back your vision. It opens your eyes to new possibilities, new people, new seasons of creativity and purpose. What was once a closed chapter becomes the preface to something greater. And here's the secret. God never takes away without giving back, multiplied. The joy that felt lost will return purer. The love that faded will reappear deeper. The dreams that died will resurrect wiser. Nostalgia whispers, "It will never be that good again." Heaven replies, "You haven't seen anything yet." So today, make peace with the past. Hold it gently. Thank it. And then set it down. The future won't arrive while your hands are full of old memories. Turn around and look forward. There's light ahead, soft, steady, waiting. The past was good, but the best is still to come. Chosen one wird beilive neu. The past will always try to sing its lullaby. But you no longer belong to sleep, you belong to awakening. What lies ahead isn't a repetition of yesterday, it's a revelation born from it. Every lesson, every scar, every moment has prepared you to walk forward without fear. So lift your eyes. The horizon is glowing with promise. Step into it with open hands and a ready heart. Nostalgia has had its song. Now it's time for a new melody. One written by faith, not memory. There comes a point in the journey when silence no longer feels like punishment, but becomes presence. It's that space between what you've released and what's yet to appear, a still, sacred pause where heaven speaks without words. And in that quiet, something begins to rise inside you, awareness. You start to realize that you were never abandoned, you were being recalibrated. The space between old and new can feel endless. Days blur together. You pray, but answers seem delayed. Yet, even when you hear nothing, God is still working. The silence is not the absence of His voice, it's the tuning of your spirit to hear it more clearly. Think of a radio dial turning slowly, catching fragments of static before locking onto a pure signal. That's what this season is like. Heaven is fine-tuning your frequency. Each moment of stillness refines your hearing until you can distinguish the whisper of God from the noise of the world. Sometimes the greatest faith isn't in moving, but in staying still. The Israelites stood before the Red Sea with the enemy at their back and the impossible ahead. Panic rose. But Moses heard the still command of heaven, "Stand still and see the salvation of the Lord." It was in stillness that the miracle began. The same truth covers you now. When everything in you wants to run, when anxiety screams for answers, stand still. You are standing in the middle of divine construction. The foundation is being set beneath what you can't see. According to what is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10, "Be still, and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth." That verse is your anchor. It doesn't promise explanation, it promises revelation. When you quiet your questions, understanding starts to breathe. In stillness, your spiritual sight sharpens. You begin to see how every delay had purpose. You realize that closed doors weren't failures, they were redirections. You remember that the waiting room of heaven isn't empty, it's full of preparation. There was once a young architect who designed buildings that always reached for the sky. But one day, his mentor told him, "Stop drawing, go stand at the site." So he did. For months, he stood on the barren land, learning how the soil shifted, how the wind moved, how sunlight fell. Only then did he start building again, and this time, his designs stood for generations. Stillness didn't delay his work, it defined it. God is doing the same with you. He's teaching you the language of waiting, how to stand in faith without forcing outcomes. You may not see it yet, but the quiet is shaping your roots deeper. The louder the world grows, the more powerful your calm becomes. This moment of stillness is your shield. It keeps you from making desperate decisions. It guards you from moving before the blessing matures. Like a fruit that ripens only in season, your promise must rest under the sun of patience before it's ready to be tasted. When your heart grows restless, remind yourself, silence is not rejection, it's refinement. The goldsmith doesn't speak while the gold is in the fire. He waits until he can see his reflection in the metal. That's what God is doing. He's shaping you until his image shines through. So let the quiet become your sanctuary. Turn off the noise that tries to convince you you're forgotten. Sit in the stillness, even if it feels strange at first. Listen. The whisper of heaven will find you. You will emerge from this season different, calmer, clearer, anchored. The storm will lose its power over you. Not because it stopped raging, but because you learned to rest within it. That's how warriors of faith are made. And when peace finally settles, you'll look back and realize this silence wasn't empty at all. It was filled with instruction, restoration, and revelation. Now, if your heart recognizes this moment, if you've been standing between noise and knowing, write this simple phrase below as your sign of agreement. I trust you. Write it not for me, but for heaven to witness. Every letter you type becomes like a stone placed upon the altar of surrender, saying, even in the silence, I believe. You are learning the sacred art of stillness. And soon, what felt like waiting will become worship. When you write, I trust you, it's more than words on a screen, it's a covenant. Those 3 simple words are the key that turns the lock of heaven's timing. You are saying, even when I don't understand, I choose belief over fear. That declaration does something unseen. It realigns your spirit to divine rhythm. Heaven recognizes trust faster than any eloquent prayer. Trust doesn't cancel your humanity, it transforms it. You can still feel uncertainty, still wonder, still cry. But now, those emotions move through faith instead of against it. Trust means you stop demanding to see the map and start walking with the guide. It's the difference between surviving and surrendering. When you trust, you start noticing signs of divine nearness. The sunrise feels like a promise, a song, A verse. A quiet moment suddenly carries meaning. God's presence begins to show up in small ways, whispering, "I'm still here." You realize that silence never meant absence, it was invitation. Trust also brings freedom. The weight of control slips off your shoulders. You no longer need to fix what only God can finish. There's peace in not knowing because you're confident in the one who does. You stop running ahead of grace and begin walking beside it. Even when storms return, trust becomes your anchor. You'll still feel the wind, but it won't uproot you. You've learned where your foundation truly lies. You're not depending on perfect circumstances, you're depending on a perfect God. So let those 3 words remain on your lips. Whenever doubt rises, I trust you. Speak them like a rhythm. Breathe them like prayer. Let them become the melody of your waiting. Because trust doesn't just survive the silence, it transforms it into sacred stillness. Obedience is the door key. Simple, silent, and often misunderstood. It doesn't glitter like ambition or make noise like performance. Yet it unlocks everything the heart has been praying for. You can pray, plan, and prepare for years. But until obedience turns the handle, the door remains closed. Obedience isn't blind. Submission, it's trust in motion. It's saying, "Lord, I don't understand, but I'll still step." It's a leap not into darkness, but into divine direction. Every great story of faith begins with a single act of obedience that seemed unreasonable at the time. Picture a candle in a dark room. The flame doesn't argue with the wick, it simply burns when it's lit. That's obedience, burning because the match of God's command has touched you. You may not know how long the flame will last or how bright it will burn, but you trust the one who struck the light. Obedience has always been heaven's language. Noah built an ark before rain had ever fallen. Abraham left his home before seeing the land. Peter cast his net after a night of failure. Each could have reasoned their way out, but they chose to listen instead of question. Obedience opened what logic would have locked. You might be standing before your own unseen door now. Everything in you wants proof, some guarantee that it will work out. But God doesn't give blueprints, He gives instruction. And instruction always precedes revelation. The door doesn't open for those who debate, it opens for those who do. There was once a woman who felt called to start a small outreach for single mothers. She had no funds, no team, and no plan. Yet, she heard a whisper. Begin with one. So she did one meal, one story, one mother. Years later, that small step became a full foundation that fed hundreds. She often said, "I didn't build this, obedience did." And the beauty of obedience is that it multiplies quietly. You might feel unseen now, but heaven is recording every act of faith. When God moves, He's not looking for the loudest voice, but the willing heart. Obedience is the sound of surrender. It is written in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 5, verse 5. Simon answered, "Master, we've worked hard all night and haven't caught anything, but because you say so, I will let down the nets." That single sentence, "because you say so," changed everything. The net overflowed not because Peter was skilled, but because he was obedient. Your miracle will come the same way. You won't need to push or prove. You'll only need to listen and move. God's voice doesn't compete with the noise. It waits for your stillness. Once you obey, you'll find that heaven meets you halfway every time. But obedience is costly. It demands surrender of pride, of timing, of control. It requires you to walk out before others understand what you're doing. Sometimes you'll have to obey quietly, carrying instructions you can't explain. Yet the peace that follows will confirm you heard right. Imagine a sailor in open waters, steering by stars. The ocean is vast and directionless, but one glimmer of light above keeps him on course. That's obedience. It doesn't erase the uncertainty. It gives you a fixed point to follow. Even when waves rise, you're anchored by alignment. And obedience doesn't only move heaven, it moves you. Each step builds spiritual muscle. Each yes strengthens your hearing. What starts as duty becomes delight. One day, you realize obedience isn't about rules at all. It's about rhythm. You've learned to walk to the heartbeat of God. The world often praises independence, doing what you want, when you want. But heaven celebrates surrender, because true freedom isn't doing your will, it's finding joy in His. The paradox of obedience is that what feels like giving up is actually growing up. You exchange your plans for peace, your control for calling. You might wonder, what if I fail? But obedience isn't measured by outcome, it's measured by intention. The success is in the step. Even if what you build looks small, obedience makes it eternal. Heaven measures impact by faithfulness, not fame. And yes, there will be moments when obedience isolates you. You'll watch others take shortcuts and rise faster. But trust this, obedience built slowly lasts longer. A castle raised in haste crumbles in rain, but a house built in obedience withstands the storm. There's a reason why Scripture says, to obey is better than sacrifice. Sacrifice can be dramatic. Obedience is quiet. Sacrifice can impress others. Obedience moves heaven. So if you've been waiting for a sign, this is it. That gentle pull in your heart isn't coincidence. It's calling. Don't analyze it to death. Act on it with life. Take one small step. Send the message. Begin the project. Forgive the person. Move in faith. The door won't open until you reach for the handle. And when it does, the air will change. You'll feel the light shift, the atmosphere soften, the peace return. You'll realize that obedience was never about loss. It was about unlocking the next level of love. If these words stir your heart, if you feel something quiet but certain rising inside you, then I invite you gently, freely to like, share, and subscribe, not because it's expected, but because your spirit recognizes resonance. Think of it as lighting another candle in a long corridor of faith. So, someone walking behind you can see the path a little clearer. Every share becomes a seed of encouragement. Every click, a small ripple that might reach someone who's on the edge of giving up. Let your action be a whisper that says, I choose to obey the light I've been given. You are standing at the threshold. The key is in your hand. Turn it not out of fear, but out of faith. The sound you'll hear next isn't just the creak of a door, it's the echo of destiny unlocking. When you feel forgotten, it's easy to believe that heaven has gone quiet. The days start blending together, and the prayers that once carried fire now fall softly like ashes. You look around and wonder if anyone notices the faithfulness you've been living, the hours you've spent trusting, the tears you've wiped in silence. It feels like God is blessing everyone else while you remain waiting in a hidden place. But this hiddenness isn't rejection, it's refinement. God hasn't forgotten you. He's forming you in secret. The silence that feels heavy is actually the sound of heaven working behind the scenes. When a seed is buried, it disappears for a time. Yet, beneath the soil, transformation begins. You are that seed, hidden, pressed, but never abandoned. Sometimes God's greatest work happens in silence because some miracles can only grow where no one is watching. Public fruit, recueillir private roots. Before David ever held a crown, he held a harp in the shadows. Before Joseph ruled Egypt, he sat in a prison where it looked like destiny had died. The pit and the palace are often separated by long seasons of quiet. If you feel overlooked, remember this: obscurity is the birthplace of authenticity. When no one is applauding, you learn to serve from purity instead of pride. When no one is watching, you stop performing and start becoming. That's where heaven refines the heart away from the stage, away from the noise. Think of an artist painting under dim light. No one sees the hours of sketching, the layers of correction, the hands stained with color. But when the canvas finally meets the world, everyone marvels at the beauty. What they don't see is the secret work that made it possible. That's you now, God's masterpiece in progress. He is not ignoring you, He's intricately shaping you. Every delay, every quiet day, every hidden moment has purpose. You're learning patience that can't be taught by progress. You're building endurance that applause could never produce. The world may value speed, but heaven values stability. God doesn't rush what He plans to last. There was once a young man who dreamed of preaching to nations. He studied, prepared, and waited for his moment. Years passed, and doors stayed shut. Others were invited to platforms while he sat in silence. He grew bitter until one night, exhausted, he asked, "Lord, why not me?" The answer came not in thunder, but in thought. "Because I'm teaching you to love me more than ministry." It broke him, but it also healed him. When his time finally came, his heart carried humility that fame could not corrupt. The season of hiddenness is like winter. Everything looks lifeless, but underground, roots are growing deeper. Trees appear barren. But the absence of fruit doesn't mean the tree is dead. It means it's being strengthened for next spring. That's what's happening inside you. God is fortifying your faith for the harvest to come. The ancient words recorded in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3 remind us, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time, though it tarry. Wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not delay." End quote. That verse carries quiet thunder. It's a promise that what feels paused is actually scheduled. God's timing isn't late, it's layered. He's preparing multiple moving pieces to align perfectly before revealing your moment. If He unveiled it too soon, the weight of destiny might crush instead of crown you. When God hides you, He's protecting your potential. Hidden seasons prevent contamination. They give you space to grow without interference, to heal without performance. The spotlight can distort before you're ready for it. Light reveals, but it can also expose prematurely. So God covers you until your strength matches your calling. There's also mercy in this silence. If God answered every prayer instantly, you'd never learn endurance. You'd never learn to discern his voice from your emotions. Waiting is the gym of the spirit. It builds muscles of trust. The silence can feel endless. But remember, silence is not stillness. Behind the quiet, divine movement continues. God is adjusting hearts, arranging opportunities, softening soil, setting tables you don't even know you'll sit at. The unseen preparation is often longer than the visible performance. It's okay to admit it hurts. Faith doesn't cancel feeling. You can trust God and still cry. You can believe and still have questions. The Psalms are filled with David's honest wrestlings, songs of faith written through tears. God doesn't despise your vulnerability. He meets you in it. Every sigh, every whispered, "Why?" is noticed. Heaven collects every tear as proof of your endurance. Sometimes, feeling forgotten is the invitation to deeper intimacy. When others can't hear you, you realize God always does. When no one celebrates you, you remember that his approval was always enough. The silence pushes you to seek his voice. And in that pursuit, something extraordinary happens. You stop chasing answers and start resting in presence. Picture an archer pulling back an arrow. The farther he draws it backward, the greater the force when it's released. Your waiting is that draw. What feels like delay is actually tension building for momentum. When God releases you, it will be sudden, powerful, precise. But for now, you must trust the pull. And though it may seem like your story is still unwritten, know this: every quiet day is a sentence. Every hidden moment, a paragraph. Heaven is writing your narrative in invisible ink that will only appear when the light hits it at the appointed time. One morning, you'll wake up, and the weight of waiting will have shifted. The silence will break. Doors will open, and the years that felt wasted will unfold as preparation. You'll see that God was never ignoring you, he was building you. You weren't overlooked, you were reserved. So stay faithful in the quiet. Keep showing up. Even when no one claps. Keep serving. Even when no one sees. Heaven measures consistency more than applause. You are being refined. Not rejected, hidden. Not forgotten. The silence will not last forever. And when the sound returns, it will echo through every corner of your destiny, declaring, "Now." Oh, every ending carries a whisper of beginning. When you finally let go of what's behind, space opens for something sacred to arrive. You've been in a season of pruning, of waiting, of silence, but now the horizon begins to shimmer with change. This is not imagination, it's divine momentum. The new is coming, and heaven is asking one thing of you: readiness. Readiness isn't about perfection, it's about positioning. It means having your heart open even while your hands still tremble. It means being willing to move when the whisper comes, even if the path ahead looks uncertain. You don't need to have it all figured out. You only need to be available. For too long, you've stood on the edge of transition, peering forward yet afraid to step. You've wondered, what if I'm not enough? What if I fail again? But what if failure was never the point? What if obedience, not outcome, was what heaven was after? The courage to begin is itself an act of faith. There's a sacred rhythm in every divine story. Endings, waiting, beginnings. The soil that once held death is the same soil that will cradle new life. You're not starting from emptiness. You're planting into wisdom. Everything you lost has become seed for what's next. Imagine a field after the storm. The ground looks wounded, but beneath it, roots are drinking in new water. The rain that felt like ruin was actually restoration. That's what's happening now. You are being quietly refreshed. According to what is written in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." End of. That promise is not fragile. It means what God started in, you will not end in disappointment. The same hands that began the work will finish it beautifully. You are not too late, too broken, or too behind. Heaven's timeline is never rushed, and you are still right on schedule. But readiness requires release. You cannot step into new territory carrying yesterday's clutter. God isn't asking you to forget the past. He's asking you to stop dragging it into tomorrow. There are certain doors that only open when your hands are empty. Let this be your moment of holy surrender. The past is closed. The lessons remain. But the pain no longer owns you. You've cried. You've learned. You've grown. And now the Spirit says, move. Don't mistake stillness for stagnation. While you've been waiting, heaven has been arranging. People are being prepared. Opportunities aligned. Timing perfected. The invisible gears of grace have been turning quietly behind your story. What feels like sudden blessing will simply be visible timing. There's a beautiful truth hidden in every new beginning. God doesn't recycle pain, He redeems it. The tears you've cried will water your next harvest. The prayers you whispered in the dark are now becoming pathways of light. You haven't been forgotten, you've been formed. This next chapter won't require striving, it will require sensitivity. Listen closely to the nudges of peace. God will guide you, not through noise, but through knowing. You'll sense it, the subtle confirmation, the unexpected favor, the divine alignment that feels too perfect to be coincidence. When the moment comes, step boldly. Don't wait for everything to make sense. It rarely will. Faith is movement in mystery. What's ahead isn't chaos, it's calling. There once was a young mother who lost everything in a single year. Her job, her home, her confidence. For months, she mourned the collapse. But slowly, a dream began to stir in her spirit, to start a small bakery. It made no sense. She had no money, no training. Yet she obeyed the quiet pull. Within a year, her little kitchen turned into a thriving business. Looking back, she said, "I thought God was breaking me, but He was breaking me open." And that's the power of new beginnings. They rarely look like glory at first. They start as small, trembling steps. But heaven multiplies movement. And now, here you are, standing at the border of your next chapter. You may not see the full picture, but you can feel the shift in the air. The weight of yesterday is lighter. The horizon is brighter. You're not who you were, even a few months ago. Growth has been happening in silence. And now it's time to bloom. Before you move forward, take a deep breath. Inhale faith. Exhale fear. Whisper gratitude for the lessons. Then lift your eyes toward what's ahead. God is not just restoring what you lost, He's revealing who you're becoming. And if your spirit knows this is your moment of new beginning, if you can feel that spark rising within, that holy expectancy stirring your heart, then take a small, symbolic step right now. Comment, 222 below. Do it not as superstition, but as a sign of alignment. Let it be your declaration that says, I am ready for what's next. Every 222 becomes like a marker in heaven's book, a sign that another chosen one has stepped into readiness. You are not the same person who began this journey. The wilderness has refined you. The waiting has deepened you. And now, the door is opening not because you chased it, but because you were faithful in the pause. Step forward, child of purpose. The new thing is not coming, it's already here. When you write 222, you're not typing digits, you're setting a spiritual marker. 2 has always symbolized agreement, unity between heaven's will and human obedience. Writing it 3 times declares complete harmony between your faith, your season, and God's plan. It's your way of saying, I agree with what heaven is releasing, and so let your comment be a quiet covenant. Every 222 becomes a light on your path, a reminder that you've said yes to divine direction. You're not waiting for permission anymore, you're stepping into partnership. Provision in transition is one of heaven's most tender miracles. It's the reassurance that God does not send you where His grace cannot sustain you. Every step of obedience you've taken, every risk, every leap has already been accounted for in His design. The moment you said yes to moving forward, divine provision began to move toward you. At first, it may not look like abundance. It rarely does. God often sends manna, not warehouses. He provides just enough to remind you that He's near, like a candle burning through the night. His provision glows quietly, steady enough to keep you moving. When the Israelites walked through the wilderness, their daily bread fell from heaven, but only enough for one day. Any attempt to hoard it caused it to spoil. The lesson was clear. Dependency, not accumulation, is the mark of trust. God was teaching them to rely on relationship, not resources. The same principle holds true for you now. The transition between where you were and where you're going is holy ground. And in that place, faith becomes your currency. You will notice it, the timing of help that comes just when you thought you'd run out. The friend who appears with the right word at the right hour. The door that opens after a whispered prayer. These are not coincidences. They are confirmations. Provision is not always material. Sometimes it comes as strength, clarity, peace, or endurance. There will be days when God provides through people, and other days when He provides through His presence alone. In both, He is saying, I am enough. And think of a bird in flight, gliding over open water. It doesn't carry a nest on its back. It trusts that the wind beneath it will hold. That's what this season is calling you to, trusting the unseen wind of God's provision. There once was a man who left a secure career because he felt God urging him into ministry. For months, he struggled to make ends meet. One night, desperate and discouraged, he told God, I obeyed, but I'm afraid. The next morning, an envelope appeared under his door, no name, no note, just enough money to pay the rent. Tears filled his eyes as he whispered, You really see me? From that day, he learned that provision often travels quietly, but always arrives precisely, according to what is written in the book of Matthew, chapter 6, verse 31 to 33. Do not worry, saying, What shall we eat? Or What shall we wear? But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well. This verse is not an invitation to carelessness, it's a call to confidence. God isn't telling you to ignore reality. He's teaching you to interpret reality through trust. The one who seeks him first never lacks what is necessary. Provision in transition often feels fragile because it doesn't come in surplus. Yet this fragility is part of the design. It keeps your heart anchored in gratitude. Every gift feels personal. Every moment of sustenance feels miraculous. You stop measuring life by what you have and start measuring it by how present he feels. There's a kind of intimacy that only dependence can create. When you stop trying to control the outcome, your senses heighten to divine activity. You begin to see God in details. You used to overlook the way peace settles just before panic, the way hope stirs right when exhaustion peaks. These are the fingerprints of provision. Sometimes provision looks like people leaving. It's strange, but their departure clears space for new supply to arrive. Other times, it looks like delay. What seems like waiting is often preservation. God won't let you receive what would overwhelm you prematurely. His timing is the packaging of his provision. In transition, it's normal to feel tension between faith and fear. One day, confidence roars. The next, anxiety whispers. Yet each time, fear rises. Provision reminds you that you are held. The God who brought you out has not forgotten how to lead you through. Think of Elijah by the brook Cherith. Ravens brought him bread each morning until the water dried. Then God sent him to a widow who barely had enough for herself. To human logic, that plan made no sense, but it taught Elijah that provision doesn't depend on circumstance. It depends on the source. Your brook may be drying up now, the job, the relationship, the familiar pattern, but that doesn't mean the supply has ended. It means the method is changing. God often allows one stream to stop, so you'll discover the next river waiting ahead. If you could see the tapestry of divine timing, you'd never doubt again. What looks like delay from earth's view is perfect sequence from heaven's. Provision is never random, it's orchestrated. Even the detours are disguised deliveries. There's also provision in the unseen realms, spiritual protection, divine favor, unseen advocacy. Doors are opening that your name has never touched because your obedience spoke for you. Angels are moving on your behalf, aligning hearts, adjusting atmospheres, making way for your arrival. And here is a secret many miss. Provision is sustained by praise. Gratitude multiplies what you have. Even when what you have feels small, when you thank God for little, it becomes much. The heart that worships in lack becomes the vessel that never runs dry. So don't despise the small beginnings of this new chapter. Don't resent the just enough moments. They are building your trust for greater things. God will not allow your faith to starve. Even if you walk through uncertainty, you will never walk through absence. Every sunrise that meets your eyes, every breath that steadies your heart, every gentle provision that appears unannounced, they're all whispers of the same promise. You are still seen. You are still supplied. And one day soon, when you look back, you'll trace the thread of provision through every chapter and realize it never stopped. It only changed shape. The desert you feared will be remembered as the place where miracles first learned your name. Learning to travel light is one of the quiet disciplines of divine relocation. Every step forward requires leaving something behind. You can't run into your next season carrying the luggage of the last one. And yet, letting go of familiar weight feels harder than carrying it. We cling to people, habits, and memories because they remind us who we were. But destiny requires you to travel unburdened, to move freely through the open gates God is unlocking before you. In the natural, a traveler overpacks out of fear. What if I need this, they think, folding one more shirt, one more memory, one more layer of protection. But those who journey with God discover a deeper truth. The lighter the bag, the farther you go. Every unnecessary attachment slows spiritual momentum. Every unresolved wound becomes a stone in your backpack. You can't move fast if you keep turning around. You can't climb if your hands are full of things that no longer fit your assignment. The spiritual path is narrow because it's meant for essentials only: faith, obedience, love. Everything else must be surrendered along the way. There once was a woman preparing to move across the country. She began packing, but soon realized she had boxes filled with things she no longer used. Old letters, broken trinkets, clothes from seasons long past. As she sorted through them, she wept. Each item carried memory and meaning, but as she released each one, she felt something lift inside her. By the time she locked her empty house, she wasn't just lighter physically, she was freer spiritually. That's what God asks of you now, to declutter your soul. Some attachments are visible possessions, routines, relationships. Others are invisible guilt, resentment, fear. Heaven cannot fill hands that refuse to release. Traveling light means trusting that what's necessary will meet you on the way. It is written in the book of Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 1. Let us throw off everything that hinders and the sin that so easily entangles. And let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us. And this isn't just an instruction, it's an invitation. The race marked for you is uniquely yours, but you can't run it entangled in yesterday's emotions. Every burden you carry that God didn't give you drains the strength meant for tomorrow. The hardest weight to drop is often not the external one, it's the invisible heaviness of self-expectation. You think you must prove, perform, perfect. Yet grace whispers otherwise. Grace says, you don't have to earn your arrival, you only have to follow the path. No. Traveling light doesn't mean being careless, it means being careful about what you allow to stay in your spirit. Bitterness, for example, is a heavy thing. It wraps around your heart like chains. Forgiveness, though difficult, is how you unfasten them. When you forgive, you aren't excusing what happened, you're choosing to stop carrying it. Forgiveness is heaven's way of saying, you're free to move on. Mind, there's also the baggage of comparison. You look at others running their races, and it makes you question your own pace. But comparison always weighs more than it's worth. The journey God designed for you isn't a competition, it's a covenant. Traveling light means celebrating others while staying faithful to your lane. Fear is another kind of weight, a quiet thief that sneaks into your luggage. You pack it, thinking it will protect you, but it only slows you down. Fear whispers, what if you fall? Faith answers, then God will catch me. Fear will always question the journey. Faith will always honor the destination. Sometimes, God allows you to lose things not because He's cruel, but because He's kind. A good pilot burns extra fuel before flight to make the journey efficient. Likewise, heaven removes excess so that your spirit can soar. You don't need everything you once had. You only need everything He will provide. Imagine a mountaineer climbing through thin air. Each ounce counts. The higher he climbs, the less he can carry. In the valley, heavy loads are manageable. But on the mountain, weight becomes enemy. The same is true for you. The higher your calling, the lighter your load must be. That's why God sometimes isolates before elevation. The pruning of people, plans, and patterns is not rejection. It's aerodynamics. He's shaping you for altitude. There's beauty in simplicity. Traveling light teaches you to notice small miracles, the peace in a quiet morning, the warmth of God's nearness, the gift of breath. When your life isn't crowded, gratitude becomes louder. You stop rushing and start receiving. But make no mistake, this discipline takes courage. It means sorting through emotional closets and deciding what no longer belongs. It means saying goodbye without bitterness, walking away from what once defined you, trusting that your worth isn't in what you keep, but in who keeps you. In time, you'll begin to love the sound of empty hands. You'll find joy in space rather than fear in loss. You'll realize that traveling light doesn't mean you have less. It means you've made room for what truly matters. Look at Jesus' life. He carried no possessions, owned no house, and yet lacked nothing. His heart was weightless because his purpose was clear. He moved freely because he trusted fully. That's the secret to travel light. You must travel in trust. So, as you step into your next chapter, take inventory. What needs to stay? And what must go? What have you been dragging that no longer serves your growth? Release it. Bless it. Let it go. Every burden surrendered becomes a wing. Soon, you'll notice the air feels thinner, the horizon wider. You'll walk with a quiet confidence born from freedom. You'll laugh more easily, love more deeply, and live more intentionally. That's what it means to travel light, to live without anchors, to move with heaven's wind, to trust the journey more than the luggage. And one day, when you reach the summit of this calling, you'll look back and thank God that He taught you to let go. You'll see how every release made room for revelation. You'll realize that all along, the lighter you traveled, the higher you could rise. There comes a moment in every journey when you must pause, not to rest, but to remember. This is that moment. You've walked through release, wilderness, silence, pruning, and discovery, and still, you stand. What's happening in you now isn't small, it's sacred. The ground beneath you may still be shifting, but your roots are deeper than before. You've learned that survival is not the same as surrender. And obedience is not about perfection, it's about presence. In this section of your journey, heaven is whispering a single truth. You're not walking alone. You belong to a movement, a thread of chosen souls stretched across time, each one rising, each one carrying light into shadow. What you're part of is bigger than your story. It's the continuation of a divine story still unfolding. You've likely felt it already, the quiet connection to unseen brothers and sisters who are walking through their own deserts, their own transitions, their own callings. The way you share your faith, your voice, your story, it all weaves into something eternal. Every word of courage you release becomes a seed someone else can breathe in. There was once a weary traveler who carried a lantern through long nights. The flame was small but steady. Along the road, she met others whose lamps had gone out. Without hesitation, she lifted her lantern to theirs, sharing her light until their flames burned again. When she reached the mountain, she realized that what had once been a single glow was now a river of fire trailing behind her, a path of illumination for others to follow. That's what your life is becoming. Every testimony, every act of faith, every word of kindness, its light multiplied. Heaven never wastes what you give. The light you share doesn't fade when it leaves your hands. It expands. According to what is written in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 10, verse 27, "What I tell you in the dark, speak in the daylight. What is whispered in your ear, proclaim from the rooftops." This isn't a call to boast. It's a call to become. When your heart shines authentically, others find direction in your glow. That's why your story matters. That's why your journey, your wilderness, your scars, they all have weight. You're not just being transformed for yourself, you're being equipped for someone else's awakening. It's time to lift your light a little higher, to let it spill beyond the walls of solitude. The voice that once trembled in private is being prepared to speak peace into others. The lessons that once broke you are now wisdom someone else is praying for. When you share what God has done, you become a bridge between despair and hope. So here's what I invite you to do, not as a demand, but as a gentle act of unity. If these words have touched something deep in you, if you recognize your reflection somewhere in this message, then let your light join this river of fire. You can do that simply by liking, sharing, or subscribing, not as routine clicks, but as candles placed along a path, guiding others home. And if you feel a spark inside, leave a comment, not for recognition, but as a ripple of grace. Every word you write is like tossing a stone into living water. The circles travel farther than you'll ever see. This is not about algorithms or attention, it's about alignment. You are part of something luminous, something that stretches far beyond a screen. When your small act of agreement reaches another soul at the right moment, that's ministry. That's how heaven multiplies miracles in modern language. Imagine this space as a great night sky, filled with distant fires, each like, each share. Each voice becomes another star, another flicker of faith. From afar, it looks like constellations, chosen ones connected by unseen design, lighting the heavens together. You might think your light is small, but even the smallest star can guide a lost traveler. Your story, your response, your voice could be the exact lantern someone else needs tonight. And for you who have walked this far, this is your turning point. The halfway mark of this journey, where reflection turns into release and obedience becomes overflow. You've learned to carry less. Now you're learning to give more. Because giving doesn't deplete you, it completes you. When you share what God has done in your life, you aren't emptying yourself, you're expanding His reach. The same flame that warmed you can now warm another. The same grace that carried you through the storm can now steady someone else's trembling hands. So let it flow gently, freely, beautifully. Your participation in this message is not a transaction, it's a testimony. Every heart that joins amplifies heaven's melody on earth. Take this moment not as obligation, but as opportunity to breathe light into someone else's dark. To say, through action, I've been there too. and I made it through. Because somewhere, someone will see your name beneath this message and feel hope flicker again. You are not just a listener, you are a lantern bearer. And together, we are creating something radiant, an unbroken chain of light stretching from soul to soul, screen to screen, heart to heart. So if you choose to act, if you like, share, subscribe, or comment, let it be your quiet offering to the world, not for applause, but for impact. Not because you must, but because you may. This is how chosen ones move, not by force, but by flow. Light always chooses to shine, and as you do, may heaven smile through you. May peace ripple from your fingertips, and may someone far away find their way, because your light reached them first. Facing the unknown without fear is not something you master overnight. It is a quiet courage, forged in the long hours between promise and proof. You learn it the way sailors learn the sea through storms. Fear doesn't disappear when faith arrives. It simply learns its place. Faith doesn't silence the wind. It steadies the heart within it. You are standing on the edge of something you've never seen before. And that's precisely where God does his best work. The unknown is his workshop. What feels like uncertainty to you is clarity to him. Heaven doesn't reveal every step, because if you saw the whole road, you'd walk by sight, not by faith. The unknown is not an empty space. It's sacred ground waiting for your footprints. Every step forward writes new coordinates in the story of obedience. When God calls you into what's unfamiliar, he's not testing your strength, he's proving his faithfulness. It's natural to feel fear at the threshold of change. Every human heart trembles when facing the unseen. But courage doesn't mean the absence of fear, it means moving anyway. Faith is not the lack of trembling, it's the decision to walk while trembling. There was once a young engineer offered a job overseas. It was a chance he had prayed for. But the thought of leaving everything familiar terrified him. For days, he hesitated. Then, one morning, he read a verse that said, "Do not be afraid, I am with you." That day, he packed his bags. Years later, he said, "The unknown turned out to be the classroom where I finally met myself and God." End of. The same invitation stands before you. The horizon may look foggy, but the path is already blessed. The fear you feel is not a sign to stop. It's a signal that you're stepping out of comfort into calling. Fear thrives on imagination. It paints worst-case pictures that rarely happen. Faith also imagines, but it imagines promise. Faith says, "What if this works? What if I thrive? What if God shows up in ways I've never known?" The mind chooses which future to rehearse. According to what is written in the book of Joshua, chapter 3, verse 5, "Consecrate yourselves, for tomorrow the Lord will do amazing things among you." That verse isn't just an instruction, it's a prophetic preparation. Before God performs the impossible, he always calls his people to ready their hearts. You are standing in that same moment now, the threshold before the wonder. What you purify today through faith becomes the ground where tomorrow's miracles will bloom. You've faced the unknown before first steps, first jobs, first heartbreaks, and each time you emerged wiser. The God who guided you through those will not suddenly become silent now. The unknown may be new to you, but it's familiar to him. Think of an eagle teaching its young to fly. The mother stirs the nest until it becomes uncomfortable. She nudges the eaglet toward the edge. And when it falls, instinct takes over. What looks like falling is actually flying in disguise. The air that once terrified now carries it higher. That's what this moment is, divine displacement turning into divine elevation. Fear loses its power when you remember who walks beside you. You're not entering the unknown alone, you're entering it accompanied. God doesn't stand at the finish line shouting directions. He walks beside you at every step. He's in the breath you take, in the courage that rises when everything feels uncertain. If your heart is trembling now, that's okay. Courage isn't loud. It often begins as a whisper, "I'll go anyway." The unknown may stretch your faith, but it will also expand your capacity. What you fear today will become tomorrow's testimony. There's a story told of a lantern maker who lived by the sea. One night, a fierce storm rose, and travelers were trapped outside. He could have stayed safe indoors, but instead, he lit his lantern and walked into the darkness, holding it high. The wind nearly blew it out several times, but he kept walking. Hours later, he found those lost travelers and led them home. When asked what gave him courage, he said, "I wasn't sure of the path, but I trusted the flame." You, too, are carrying a flame. It may flicker, but it will not go out. Your courage is that flame, and every step you take through the unknown becomes a beacon for others watching from afar. Sometimes the unknown reveals how little control you actually need. You learn to trade anxiety for awe, to stand beneath the vastness of God's plan and say, "I don't know what's next, but I know who does." That's not weakness, it's wisdom. The unknown strips away illusion and introduces intimacy. When you can no longer rely on predictability, you rely on presence. You start talking to God more, leaning in closer, listening longer, and soon you realize that the unknown was never meant to terrify you. It was meant to teach you trust. Every time you walk into uncertainty, you expand the borders of your faith. You find new languages for courage, new melodies for prayer. The unknown stops being a place of fear and becomes a field of discovery. When Abraham stepped into the desert, he didn't know where he was going. When Esther entered the throne room, she didn't know the outcome. When Peter stepped out of the boat, he didn't know if the water would hold. But each time, the unknown became holy because God was there. So take this truth with you. The unknown is not a void, it's an invitation. It's not chaos, it's creation waiting for your yes. You may not know how tomorrow will unfold, but that's all right. You're not called to predict, you're called to proceed. Step forward with trembling hands if you must, because trembling faith still moves mountains. The next door may open quietly, without fanfare. The miracle may begin not in thunder, but in trust. But once you step through, you'll realize what every traveler of faith eventually learns, that the unknown was never dark, it was simply unlit until you arrived carrying the light. There's a particular silence that comes right before breakthrough, the kind that feels too heavy to bear, yet carries a strange calm beneath it. You sense that something is shifting, even if you can't name it yet. The winds are changing direction, but the sky hasn't spoken. You're standing in that in-between space where patience feels like faith's final exam. Breakthroughs rarely announce themselves. They don't arrive with trumpets or grand gestures. They come quietly, like dawn creeping across a sleeping horizon. One moment it's dark, and the next, light has already entered the room. What you've been praying for, waiting for, believing for it's closer than you think. But the last stretch before arrival often feels like resistance. That tension you feel isn't punishment, it's pressure before birthing. The very things that seem to weigh on you are actually preparing you. Just as a seed feels the heaviness of soil before it breaks open, you are being pressed so that something divine can sprout. Breakthrough isn't sudden, it's the visible part of a long, invisible process. The moment a flower blooms is simply the reveal of what's been happening underground all along. You've been growing beneath the surface, strengthening in secret, maturing in silence, learning to stay rooted when nothing seemed to change. The enemy often fights hardest right before breakthrough because he knows what's coming. His goal isn't to stop the miracle, it's to make you quit before you see it. But heaven's rhythm has never been disrupted by resistance. If you can hold on through this pressure, light will break through faster than you expect. The prophet's words recorded in the book of Micah, chapter 7, verse 8, speak directly to this moment. Do not gloat over me, my enemy. Though I have fallen, I will rise. Though I sit in darkness, the Lord will be my light. On place, that verse is both declaration and defiance. It doesn't deny the darkness. It declares that darkness cannot have the final word. The fall does not end the story. The rising does. The silence does not mean abandonment. It means construction. Sometimes breakthrough happens in the most ordinary moment. A phone call, an idea, a word spoken in passing. God loves to hide miracles inside simplicity so that when they arrive, you'll know it was Him, not coincidence. He's working through details you haven't even noticed yet. Think about the story of Joseph. One morning he woke up a prisoner. By nightfall, he was a ruler. Yet his sudden promotion was years in the making. Every betrayal, every delay, every dream that seemed forgotten had been aligning him with purpose. When the door finally opened, it did so at the perfect moment. You're standing in that same kind of timing. What looks like stillness is actually synchronization. Heaven is aligning people, resources, and timing like gears in a divine clock. When they click into place, it won't be gradual, it will be glorious. But before that happens, God often tests the heart for gratitude. Can you thank Him before you see it? Can you praise Him when the ground still looks dry? Gratitude in the waiting season builds spiritual endurance. It turns anticipation into worship and keeps you soft enough to receive. Breakthrough begins inside before it ever appears outside. It starts with a shift in your language from "when will it happen" to "it's already happening." That's not denial, it's alignment. When you start speaking as if the promise is alive, you create space for it to manifest. Sometimes the delay isn't about God's timing, it's about your readiness. He's been preparing you not just to receive the miracle, but to sustain it. Blessings require structure. Without maturity, even good things can become burdens. That's why breakthrough comes slowly. It's mercy disguised as waiting. Think of a potter shaping clay. Before he puts it in the fire, he lets it sit. The stillness hardens its form so that when heat arrives, it won't collapse. God has been doing the same with you, forming, strengthening, settling your identity so that when the fire of opportunity comes, you won't crumble under its weight. There's beauty in the tension before breakthrough because it humbles you. It strips you of illusion and reminds you who the source really is. You'll know that what arrives wasn't luck, timing, or effort. It was grace. When the moment comes, and it will, don't be surprised if it feels gentle. The door won't slam open, it will glide. You'll realize that what you once begged for is now standing quietly before you. The dream that seemed dead will start breathing again, not with noise, but with peace. And as that happens, don't rush to move on. Pause. Breathe. Remember, breakthroughs are holy moments, thin places where heaven touches earth. Don't let familiarity rob them of wonder. Let gratitude rise like incense. Whisper your thanks to the one who never stopped working. Even when you couldn't see it, there will be more challenges ahead. Of course, breakthrough is not the end, it's an unveiling. But now, you'll walk differently. You'll carry the memory of pressure turned into purpose. You'll have proof that what God promises, He performs. So if the night still feels long, hold this truth close. Dawn is inevitable. You may be sitting in darkness now, but the Lord will be your light. The soil that pressed you will soon bloom around you. And when the first rays of morning touch your face, you'll understand none of it was wasted. Every delay, every disappointment, every unanswered prayer, they were all the rhythm leading you here. You are moments away from the miracle you've been made for. When breakthrough comes, it rarely looks like what you imagined. It doesn't always arrive wrapped in celebration. It often appears disguised as responsibility. The promise manifests, but it brings with it new layers of faith, new lessons, and new dependence on God. You've prayed for open doors, and now they stand before you. But remember, every open door requires a new level of obedience. This is where many chosen ones stumble. They think breakthrough is the finish line, but in truth, it's only the beginning of a greater assignment. You're not being rewarded, you're being released into deeper purpose. The blessing you've received isn't meant to end with you, it's meant to flow through you. Think of a river. Water doesn't collect to keep, it collects to continue. The moment a river stops flowing, it becomes stagnant. The same is true for favor. What God pours into your life is meant to move outward through generosity, wisdom, compassion, and testimony. You were never meant to be a reservoir. You were created to be a conduit. So as new opportunities open, ask not just, what can I gain, but how can I give? Because every blessing carries both privilege and purpose. The greater the grace, the greater the responsibility to reflect His heart. The Apostle Paul wrote about this truth with simplicity and power, according to what is written in the second book of Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 8. And God is able to bless you abundantly, so that in all things at all times, having all that you need, you will abound in every good work. And notice those last words, in every good work. Provision is not for pride, it's for purpose. God blesses you, not just to make your life easier, but to make His love visible through your life. Your promotion becomes someone else's answered prayer. Your testimony becomes someone else's courage. There was once a young woman who prayed for years to open her own design studio. She worked in hidden corners, helping others succeed while her own dreams seemed to stall. Then, one morning, a message came, an unexpected investor offering to fund her project. She wept with gratitude, but as her business grew, she realized the real miracle wasn't the money, it was the mission. Her designs began funding scholarships for orphan children. What started as personal success became a vessel for divine compassion. That's what heaven is doing with you now. The breakthrough you've received, or the one that's forming, isn't just an answer, It's an assignment. You've been entrusted with impact. God is trusting you to carry light into corners that have grown dim. But as new chapters open, so does new warfare. The enemy doesn't retire. He simply changes tactics. He'll whisper lies like, "You don't deserve this," or "You'll lose it soon." Don't believe him. You are not standing here by accident. You are standing here by appointment. Grace brought you this far, and grace will carry you forward. When God elevates you, stay anchored in humility. Success without surrender leads to pride. Breakthrough without gratitude leads to blindness. Remember who gave you the oil. Remember who taught you to wait, to pray, to persevere. Every victory is borrowed light from His glory. Think of a lighthouse. Its glow stretches far across the sea, guiding lost ships home. But it doesn't shine for itself. It shines for others. The power behind that light is connected to a source deep within. If the source fails, the light fades. That's the image of divine success, shining brightly, yet always connected to the source. The higher you rise, the deeper you must root yourself in prayer. For every new platform, there must be equal humility. For every new level of visibility, there must be equal devotion. The greater your influence, the greater your need for intimacy with God. This next season will require discernment. Not every opportunity is divine, and not every open door is heaven's design. Some doors are distractions dressed as blessings. That's why God trains your ears in the waiting season, so that when abundance arrives, you can distinguish His whisper from the world's applause. You'll know the difference by peace. Divine opportunities never demand that you compromise your integrity to pursue them. They don't drain your soul, they deepen it. The presence of peace is the signature of divine direction. And when you begin to see the fruit of this new chapter, don't forget to celebrate quietly, not with arrogance, but with awe. Remember the nights you thought it would never happen. Remember the tears that watered your prayers. Remember how close you came to giving up. Gratitude is how you keep the flame pure. If this message finds you in that moment standing at the edge of fulfillment, feeling both excitement and fear, pause and mark it. Heaven has brought you full circle. From promise to proof, you are walking now in what you once only imagined. Let this moment become your altar of remembrance, right here, where faith met fruition. And if your spirit feels this confirmation deep within, if you sense heaven saying, "Yes, this is your turning point," then let that recognition move from your heart to your hand. Comment 1111 below. Do it not as ritual, but as remembrance. 4 ones, each representing a pillar of your testimony: the prayer, the patience, the perseverance, and the promise. When you write it, you're not seeking attention, you're recording alignment. You're saying, "I'm walking in what I once waited for." No, every 1111 becomes a light post on this shared road, a symbol that another chosen one has crossed from waiting into walking, from believing into becoming. Your story isn't ending, it's expanding. The God who fulfilled this promise isn't done yet. Every answered prayer is the seed of a new assignment. Walk forward with open hands, because the same hands that blessed you are still building through you. The chapter of waiting has closed. The chapter of walking has begun. Every chosen one eventually learns that maintaining what God gives is as sacred as receiving it. Blessings are not static. They are living things that require care. gratitude, and vigilance. When you prayed for breakthrough, you were preparing your spirit for birth. Now that it's here, you are called to nurture it. The temptation after victory is to relax too much, to assume that what has been given will sustain itself. But every promise requires partnership. God brings increase. Yet He invites you to steward it. To steward means to tend, to guard, to honor the weight of the gift. The same discipline that helped you survive the wilderness must now help you protect the harvest. It's easier to stay dependent on God when you're desperate. The real test begins when you're blessed. In lack, you lean. In abundance, you must choose to keep leaning. Many lose sight of God, not in suffering, but in success. The comfort that once felt like answered prayer can quietly become distraction if gratitude fades. So this is the next stage of your growth, learning how to walk in blessing without losing your humility. It means keeping your heart tender, even as your hands become full. It means remembering who brought you here, not just celebrating that you've arrived. According to what is written in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 8, verse 18, "But remember the Lord your God, for it is He who gives you the ability to produce wealth, and so confirms His covenant, which He swore to your ancestors, as it is today." Now, those words carry both promise and warning. They remind you that every success is borrowed grace. The same God who empowered your hands to build can also breathe fresh purpose into what you've built or redirect it entirely. Nothing you possess is truly yours. It's entrusted to you for divine purpose. Think of a gardener tending a thriving tree. The first buds appear, and joy fills his heart. But he doesn't stop watering. He doesn't walk away simply because fruit has arrived. Instead, he prunes carefully, protecting what he planted. Stewardship is pruning after progress. It's realizing that harvest is not the end, it's the beginning of responsibility. You've prayed for new territory. Now you must learn how to inhabit it. Blessings bring exposure, and exposure invites pressure. As more people see your light, more shadows may form around it. Some will misunderstand you. Some will admire you. Others may envy what they don't understand. Your peace will depend on staying grounded in purpose, not perception. To sustain blessing, you must stay anchored in rhythm prayer. Rest, reflection. Without rhythm, even divine abundance becomes exhausting. The same God who multiplied loaves also commanded rest. Your spirit cannot survive constant output. Stewardship is not endless motion, it's balanced devotion. There was once a young teacher whose influence grew rapidly. Crowds gathered to hear her speak, her platform expanding overnight. But with growth came noise, expectations, opinions, distractions. One morning, she woke up empty, her voice strained. She realized she had been pouring out without being poured into. That day, she stepped away for 40 days of silence. When she returned, her words carried new weight. What changed wasn't her audience, it was her alignment. Blessing without boundaries drains the soul. You must learn to say no to good things, to protect the best things. Stewardship includes guarding your time, your peace, your focus. Not every invitation deserves your presence. Not every open door is divine direction. Wisdom is knowing which opportunities carry heaven's signature and which simply mirror your ambition. As the blessing grows, So will the temptation to prove yourself. But proving is the enemy of peace. The need to validate what God has already approved leads to exhaustion. The humble heart doesn't need to perform. It simply preserves. Let gratitude be your guardrail. Each morning, before the day rushes in, pause to thank God for what is already in your hands. Gratitude sharpens awareness. It reminds you that nothing is ordinary. Every breath, every opportunity, every connection is grace layered in time. Stewardship also means continual learning. Blessings evolve. And so must your understanding. The same strategies that worked in the past may not sustain the future. God will teach you new ways to manage what He multiplies. He will stretch your creativity, your wisdom, your capacity. Growth will always demand new grace. And when the weight of blessing feels heavy, don't mistake it for burden. Responsibility can be holy if you remember who you carry it for. Every assignment that stretches you is proof that heaven trusts you with more. In time, you'll learn to move with rhythm again, expanding without losing stillness, creating without forgetting contemplation. You'll discover that the true reward of stewardship isn't possession, it's partnership. To walk with God in success feels just as sacred as walking with Him in struggle. You are not just a receiver, you are a caretaker of divine intention. You are the one chosen to guard what others will one day inherit. What you nurture now becomes legacy later. Look at how the ocean behaves. Each wave that rises eventually returns to the sea that sent it. It never tries to hoard its motion. It simply fulfills its purpose and flows back to its source. That's the rhythm of stewardship, to give back what you've been given. To let success remain a cycle of surrender. If you can hold that posture, humility in harvest, gratitude in growth, stillness in success, then no blessing will ever own you. You will master what others might lose to pride. So walk gently with what you've been given. Tend to it as something holy. And when others ask how you manage to sustain peace in plenty, you'll smile quietly and say, "Because I never stopped needing Him." And there's a moment after every season of labor when you pause, not because the work is finished, but because your spirit needs to breathe. You look back and realize how far you've come, how much you've grown, and how many times grace carried you when strength failed. This is one of those moments, a sacred pause between the miracle behind you and the mystery ahead. You've walked through wilderness and waited through silence. You've endured storms, surrendered burdens, and stood when everything in you wanted to quit. And now, as you look back, you see it, the fingerprints of God all over your story. He was there in the detours, the disappointments, the days that felt wasted. Every moment of pain became part of the preparation. Every delay was divine choreography. You are not who you used to be, and that is the greatest proof of transformation. Heaven has been chiseling your heart like a sculptor shaping marble, removing everything that wasn't part of the masterpiece. What remains is purpose refined by pressure, beauty born of battle. There's an ancient rhythm in the journey of faith. God delivers. Then He develops, He blesses. Then He builds. You've been developed and built in ways you didn't understand before. You were never waiting for a blessing, you were becoming one. It is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 126, verse 3, "The Lord has done great things for us, and we are filled with joy." No, that verse isn't just reflection, it's realization. Joy is not found only in answered prayers, it's found in the awareness of what He's already done. Gratitude turns ordinary days into holy ground. The one who remembers never runs out of reason to rejoice. There was once an artist who painted waves. Every canvas looked alive. But when asked why he always painted the sea, he smiled and said, "Because water remembers every sky it has reflected. That's what gratitude does, it remembers. It mirrors heaven's light, even when storms try to blur it." Now, as this journey deepens, your story has begun to touch others. Whether you know it or not, your endurance has become a lighthouse for someone still sailing through their storm. They see your glow and realize that faith survives the darkest waves. That's what makes your testimony powerful, not perfection, but perseverance. And that is why your voice matters. Somewhere out there, someone is one breath away from giving up, scrolling through the noise, searching for a sign that faith still works. When your light appears, when your words reach them, it can pull them back from despair. That's the quiet miracle of connection. If this message has stirred something deep within you, if it reminded you of your own story, or helped you breathe again, then I invite you to let your light ripple outward. You can do that simply by liking, sharing, or subscribing. But think of it not as a button, but as a sacred gesture. Every action becomes a heartbeat sent into the heavens. Every click a feather in the wings of a divine message, taking flight. Each time you share. Imagine you're placing a lantern on the shoreline, one that glows quietly through the night. So another traveler, lost at sea, might find their way back to safety. Every subscription becomes a seed tucked into soil only heaven can water. One day, it will bloom where you least expect. And when you like or comment, see it as a soft echo of agreement between your heart and God's rhythm, a small yes that joins countless others, weaving a constellation of faith across this digital sky, not because you must, but because you may. Every act becomes worship in motion, a ripple of grace sent forward through unseen waves. This isn't about numbers or fame, it's about nourishment, just as a tree needs sunlight to thrive. This message grows when touched by the warmth of your agreement. Every action you take becomes part of a living ecosystem of encouragement. It breathes, it spreads, it gives life. Think of this moment like standing on a mountaintop at sunrise. The world below is still waking, mist curling through the valleys. You lift your face toward the first light, and it feels personal, as if the sky itself remembers your name. That's what gratitude feels like, realizing the light you see has been waiting for you all along. And now, with that same light in your eyes, you have a choice. You can carry it quietly, or you can let it shine. The world is aching for authenticity, for voices that sound like hope, for stories that breathe redemption. You have that within you. When you engage, when you share, when you connect, you're not just interacting, you're igniting. Every gesture becomes a spark. Every word of encouragement becomes a flame, passed hand to hand until the whole night glows. Let this not be an ending, but a continuation, a movement of light across hearts, across screens, across nations. Let the message you've received today become one you carry forward, one you scatter like seeds in the wind, because you never know which heart they'll take root in, or what kind of garden they'll grow. So, if you choose to like, share, or subscribe, Let it be your offering of gratitude, a whisper of light released into the world. Not because you must, but because you may. Each act becomes worship in motion, a ripple of grace sent forward through unseen waves. And as you do, may the same grace that carried you here continue to guide you through every chapter, every season, every sunrise yet to come. You are no longer walking in darkness, you are walking with the dawn. There's a quiet power in reflection, the kind that doesn't seek applause, only alignment. When you stop long enough to look back at what God has done, perspective returns. You start to see how every storm had shape, every delay had design, every silence carried instruction. Reflection isn't about reliving the past, it's about recognizing the pattern of His faithfulness. Too often, people rush from miracle to miracle without pausing to remember. But remembrance is fuel for faith. It anchors you for the next assignment, the next battle, the next unknown. Gratitude is what keeps your spirit from drifting. When the Israelites crossed the Jordan, God told them to gather 12 stones, one for each tribe, and place them as a memorial. Those stones weren't decoration, they were declaration. They said, "We were here, and God was faithful." Every time a generation walked by, they would ask, "What do these stones mean?" And the answer would echo through time. They remind us that God made a way. You have your own stones of remembrance. Every answered prayer, every tear that turned to strength, every door that opened after delay, they're proof of presence. You are walking evidence that heaven intervenes in human history. But remembering requires stillness. In a world addicted to noise, stillness becomes rebellion. To stop, to breathe, to whisper, "Thank you." That's how you resist the pull of distraction. The more you remember, the more clearly you'll see that even the painful chapters were preparation. According to what is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 42, verse 5, "Many, Lord my God, are the wonders you have done, the things you planned for us. None can compare with you. Were I to speak and tell of your deeds, they would be too many to declare." End of. That verse feels like exhale. It reminds you that gratitude doesn't always need eloquence. Sometimes, wonder is enough. Just to say, "You've done more than I can count," is a form of worship. There was once a young man who journaled every time God answered a prayer, even the small ones. At first, it felt unnecessary. But years later, when life grew heavy and faith dimmed, he opened those pages again. Each entry became a lantern. He saw in his own handwriting the proof that God had been faithful through every season. That record reignited his courage. He realized that forgetfulness is often the thief of faith, but remembrance restores it. The same applies to you now. You may not see the full picture, but if you trace the journey, you'll notice divine fingerprints on every page. God has never stopped writing. The ink of His mercy still flows through your story. Reflection also reveals patterns, habits, choices, alignments. It's not about regret, it's about revelation. When you understand how God has led you before, you learn how to follow Him better now. History becomes prophecy. What He has done becomes proof of what He will do again. Sometimes, remembrance hurts. You'll revisit moments of loss, mistakes, and seasons that felt wasted. But don't turn away too quickly. Even in the pain, there is pattern. Every scar carries testimony. Every failure carries wisdom. If you listen closely, you'll hear grace whispering. Even here, I was working. Oh, think of the night sky. The stars are ancient light, traveling years just to reach your eyes. When you look up, you're not seeing the present, you're witnessing light from the past that still illuminates now. That's what reflection does. It lets the light of past faithfulness guide your present steps. There's something healing about saying it aloud, naming the good, acknowledging the grace. Speak it over yourself. I made it through. Because sometimes the greatest miracle isn't the mountain that moved, it's that you're still standing on the other side of it. You may not realize it, but your endurance is inspiring someone else's hope. Every story of faithfulness multiplies. When you share what God has done for you, it becomes a bridge for others to walk across. Reflection isn't self-centered, it's service. It keeps the chain of testimony alive. So pause here. Let gratitude soften you again. Feel the weight of all that's happened, then release it upward like incense. Every sigh becomes praise. Every memory becomes music. The God who saw you then still sees you now. You've come too far to forget how far you've come. Look at your hands empty in some ways, but full in others. Look at your heart tender, wiser, steadier than before. These are your trophies of grace. Invisible but éternel. And if this message meets you in that quiet space where reflection and renewal meet, take a moment to mark it. Let heaven see your agreement. Let the world hear your gratitude. Comment, I remember, below. Do it as an act of worship, not performance. It's just 3 small words, but together they carry weight. They say, I remember what you've done. I see your hand in my story. I'm still here, and I'm still thankful. Every I remember becomes like another stone placed in your memorial of faith. It tells heaven you're aware, and it tells your heart you're still anchored. Let that phrase echo through your soul tonight. Whisper it before sleep. Speak it when the next challenge arises. I remember. It will become your shield against despair and your compass toward hope. Because forgetfulness is the beginning of fear, but remembrance is the rebirth of faith. And as you remember, heaven leans closer. The same God who parted your last sea is already preparing to part the next. The one who made a way before will make one again. So breathe, reflect, remember, and know that gratitude doesn't end a season. It opens the next one. Every transition carries a lesson that can only be learned once you stop resisting it. Growth never happens in comfort. It happens in the tension between what was and what's next. The soil of change often feels rough beneath your feet, but it's where your roots are strengthened. God never moves you without purpose. Even when you don't yet see the pattern, it's human to crave stability, to want things to remain familiar. But the kingdom is built on movement. Throughout Scripture, the people of God are travelers, Abraham leaving Ur, Moses leaving Egypt, Ruth leaving Moab, the disciples leaving their boats. Our departure carried uncertainty, but it also carried destiny. What felt like loss was actually invitation. The moment you sense that divine stirring, the restlessness that tells you you've outgrown where you are, it's not a punishment. It's preparation. Heaven stirs you when it's time to shift. The same way a mother eagle disturbs her nest to teach her young to fly, God allows discomfort to develop your wings. There was once a woman who loved her garden more than anything, Every flower had its place. Every tree had been tended with care. But one spring, she noticed the soil growing hard, the roots struggling to breathe. A gardener friend told her, "You have to replant. The roots need new space." She hesitated. She didn't want to disturb what she had built, but finally obeyed. Months later, the garden flourished like never before. She realized the soil wasn't bad, it was just full. Sometimes, fullness is the sign. It's time for expansion. That's where you are now. You're standing between old soil and new space, learning to trust the transplant. What once fit you may now feel too small. You're not broken, you're growing. God is stretching your boundaries so that you can hold more of His promise. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 54, verse 2, "Enlarge the place of your tent. Stretch your tent curtains wide. Do not hold back. Lengthen your cords. Strengthen your stakes." No, those words sound like instruction, but they are also invitation. They mean God is preparing to fill what you're willing to make room for. Expansion begins, not with opportunity, but with obedience. You can't receive new capacity with old containment. The stretching you feel is not random. It's a sign that heaven is building you for more. Change doesn't always announce itself with clarity. Sometimes it whispers. You'll feel the tug in your spirit before you see the shift in your surroundings. You'll start losing interest in things that once energized you, sensing that what used to fit no longer does. That's how God signals transition. He moves your appetite before He moves your assignment. The danger is to mistake this restlessness for failure. It's easy to think, something must be wrong with me. But it's not wrongness, it's readiness. You're being tuned to a new frequency, one that requires you to travel lighter, think higher, love deeper. Every move of God first disorients before it directs. Think of a musician tuning her instrument. The string must be tightened, stretched until it feels like it might snap, but only then does it find perfect pitch. That's what transition feels like, pressure with purpose. God tightens your tension until your life plays the sound He intended all along. It's not easy, though. The human heart longs for what's known. You might catch yourself reaching for old routines, replaying old comfort, clinging to the past, even as it fades. But if you stay there too long, nostalgia can become your wilderness. You can't dwell where God has departed. When His presence moves forward, the only safe place is to follow. There's a subtle beauty in this process. As you release what's ending, your vision clears for what's beginning. The hands that once held pain become open for promise. The voice that once cried out in fear begins to sing again. Transition is not about losing identity. It's about rediscovering it. You'll know you're entering the next stage when peace begins to replace panic. The unknown won't feel as terrifying. It will start to feel like invitation. You'll realize you don't need all the answers. You only need awareness of His presence. Once you've walked through enough storms, you stop asking for calm seas and start trusting the captain, even in moments of confusion. Remember this: God never relocates you to punish you. He relocates you to position you. The move might look abrupt, but the plan has been in motion for years. What seems sudden to you has been settled in heaven for a long time. There's a story about a sculptor who worked on a block of marble for months. When he finally finished, people marveled at the intricate figure that emerged. One man asked, "How did you know there was a statue inside that stone?" The sculptor smiled and said, "I just removed everything that wasn't it. That's how God shapes your life during transition. He removes what isn't you, so that the real you can stand, revealed. Sometimes this removal feels painful. Friendships fade. Environments shift. Doors close. But what's leaving isn't loss, it's clearing. God never subtracts without preparing to multiply. The pruning is always proportional to the promise, so don't resist the stretch. Don't fear the shift. When your heart feels uncertain, whisper to yourself, this is preparation, not punishment. The discomfort you're feeling is evidence that growth is happening. Soon, you'll look back and realize how perfectly everything fit together. The tears you cried became water for the new soil. The prayers you whispered became blueprints for the next foundation. You weren't being uprooted, you were being replanted. And when you arrive, when you finally step into the space God has been preparing, you'll understand why the old place had to close. It wasn't rejection, it was redirection. You'll see that every detour was divine design. Every delay was an invitation to depend deeper. You'll walk with more grace, speak with more authority, love with more compassion. You'll realize that transition wasn't just about changing your location, it was about expanding your heart. And when you finally settle into the new, you'll whisper what every chosen one eventually learns. I didn't move myself, He moved me. Now, when you finally arrive in the place God has led you to, there is a silence that feels different from the ones before. It isn't the silence of uncertainty, it's the calm that follows obedience. The ground beneath you feels steady, the air lighter, as though heaven itself has exhaled. You realize that what once terrified you has now become sacred territory. The waiting, the wandering, the wrestling, it all makes sense now. You have not been displaced, you have been positioned. This new place, this divine relocation, carries its own rhythm. It's not about comfort, but about communion. Here, God begins to reveal why certain doors stayed shut, why certain people faded, and why certain seasons felt endless. You see the architecture of His timing. Every brick of disappointment becomes part of the foundation beneath your feet. Every unanswered prayer now looks like protection in disguise. When God plants you in a new space, He doesn't just change your environment, He recalibrates your atmosphere. The energy of your surroundings shifts. The conversations you attract change. The peace you feel deepens. You're not just standing in a new location, you're standing in a new dimension of understanding. According to what is written in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 11, He has made everything beautiful in its time. He has also set eternity in the human heart, yet no one can fathom what God has done from beginning to end. Oh, those words hold the secret to this stage of your journey. Beauty and timing are inseparable in the kingdom. What once looked barren now blooms simply because it's the right season. You didn't fail before, you were simply out of season. When time and obedience align, everything that once resisted you begins to welcome you. It's like watching a sunrise over land that once felt lifeless. The same ground that was dry now glows gold beneath the new light. Nothing about the terrain changed, only the timing of the sun. That's how divine positioning works. God doesn't always move you to new soil. Sometimes He moves the season over the same soil. This is where maturity begins to understand that destiny is not always about going farther, but about going deeper. The new season isn't always external, it's internal. You start to operate with quiet confidence, not needing constant confirmation. The noise of striving fades, replaced by the melody of peace. You stop chasing and start carrying, but with new placement comes new stewardship. This ground is fertile, but it's not automatic. What you sow here will determine what grows here. The same way God entrusted you with the wilderness, He now entrusts you with the garden. The responsibility is different, but the reliance remains the same. You'll notice the atmosphere of divine order in small things, the way solutions appear without striving, the way divine connections cross your path naturally. It's not coincidence, it's confirmation. When you are rightly placed, effort turns into flow. You no longer have to fight for favor. Favor finds you. However, new ground also brings new guardianship. The peace you feel now must be protected. The enemy can no longer attack your direction, so he'll try to distract your focus. Not all opportunities are from heaven, and not all applause is affirmation. You'll need discernment to recognize which voices align with purpose and which simply echo your ego. You are no longer who you were when this journey began. The fire that once refined you has now purified your motives. You move differently, not because you're better, but because you're balanced. The same storms that once broke you now bow before you. The same darkness that once scared you now flees at your arrival. This is what spiritual authority feels like, not arrogance, but awareness. You carry peace like armor now. Not because life got easier, but because you finally trust the one steering the ship. There's a story told about a sailor who spent years learning to read the wind. At first, he panicked whenever storms rose. But over time, he realized that even strong winds could be used to steer the vessel if you adjusted the sails correctly. What used to feel like resistance became propulsion. That's where you are now, learning that not all opposition is obstacle. Some of it is opportunity disguised as tension. In this place of divine relocation, gratitude becomes instinctive. You wake up aware of grace. Sensing that every breath is borrowed from mercy, you no longer measure success by outcomes, but by obedience. You realize that provision isn't just about resources, it's about readiness. What you need will meet you as you move. Because the same God who led you here is the same God who sustains you here. The greatest peace comes when you finally stop striving to prove that you belong. You understand now you didn't earn this. You were assigned to it. There's freedom in knowing that your placement is divine. You can rest in the certainty that no one can take what was never theirs to give. And yet, with all this peace, a subtle awareness remains. This is not the end. Every season of arrival eventually becomes another season of preparation. God doesn't call you to settle, but to steward. The ground you now stand on is not permanent. It's progressive. He's teaching you how to build altars, not monuments, places of worship, not walls of comfort. One day, He'll call again. Another shift, another stretch. But next time, you'll move differently. The fear that once slowed you will no longer hold you. You've learned the language of faith too fluently to forget it. When the next door opens, you'll walk through with calm authority, whispering, "I know this sound, I've heard it before." And, until then, this is holy ground. Walk softly. Tend to the peace you've been given. Grow quietly. Build faithfully. Let your roots go deep and your gaze stay upward. And when people ask how you made it through every season of stretching, you'll smile not in pride, but in peace and say, "Because I followed the sound of His footsteps, even when I couldn't see the path." That is what relocation reveals, not just where you're going, but who you've become. Every calling eventually brings you to a threshold, a moment where you feel both arrival and anticipation, peace and promise. It's that sacred space where the past has released you, but the future hasn't fully unfolded. You can sense heaven breathing near, whispering, "Stay ready, for though you've stepped into the new, there is still more to come." What God has done so far is not the conclusion, it's the confirmation. You are standing in the evidence that He keeps His word. But if there's one thing the journey of faith teaches, it's this: the moment you begin to feel settled is often the moment God starts stirring again. Not because you've failed, but because you're ready for more. Growth is heaven's language. Every blessing has expansion written inside it. What you've received so far is not the whole story. It's the first chapter of the next one. That's why your heart feels both grateful and restless at once. It's the divine tension between fulfillment and forward movement. Sometimes, God lets you taste peace, so you'll trust Him when He calls you to greater purpose. The sweetness of this calm isn't meant to make you stop. It's meant to strengthen you for what's ahead. You are being prepared quietly for a deeper level of assignment. The roots you've planted in this new soil will soon carry fruit for others to eat. There was once a shepherd boy who finally became king. The prophecy had come true, the promise fulfilled. But even in the palace, David never stopped listening for God's voice. He ruled, but he still worshipped. He led armies, but he still sought intimacy. He understood that fulfillment isn't the end of the journey, it's the beginning of greater responsibility. That's where you are now. You've crossed your Jordan, but there are still territories to claim. You've stepped into promise, but the promise continues to unfold. Heaven doesn't hand you completion, it hands you continuation. According to what is written in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose." That truth echoes through every transition, every triumph, every test. God works through all things, not just the victories, but the valleys too. Everything you've endured, everything you've gained, every person you've met has been part of this tapestry of good. Nothing is wasted in divine hands. Even now, He's still weaving. The story is still unfolding. You are not finished. You are being further formed. The things that didn't make sense yesterday are beginning to align today. The people who exited your life made room for the ones who now enter with purpose. The detours that once broke your heart have become the very roads that led you here. And yet, this is not the time to drift into complacency. Peace is beautiful, but if you mistake peace for permanence, you'll stop moving when you're meant to keep growing. The Spirit still whispers, "Keep listening. There are still doors waiting to open. Still assignments that only you can fulfill." Think of a candle burning in the night. It doesn't question why it's small. It simply shines. And in shining, it invites others to light their own flame. You've become that kind of light now. Your faith has become contagious. Your endurance has become testimony. What began as your survival story is now someone else's blueprint for hope. That's why your obedience still matters. Even when you feel like you've arrived, God calls you to remain teachable, sensitive, and surrendered. Each season requires a new posture of trust. What worked in the last chapter won't sustain the next. The manna that fed yesterday will spoil if you try to hoard it for tomorrow. Heaven provides daily, so that dependency never dies. You've learned the rhythm by now. He blesses. He builds. He beckons. Each time, your heart becomes softer, your discernment sharper, your vision clearer. You no longer see obedience as sacrifice. You see it as strategy. And that realization changes everything. So here you stand, steady but stretching, peaceful but alert. Heaven's whisper fills the air again. Prepare for greater. Now, if this resonates deep within you, if your spirit feels that familiar stirring, the quiet sense that God is aligning the next chapter, then mark this moment, not for others, but for yourself. Let heaven record your agreement. Comment 888 below. Do it not as superstition, but as symbolism. The number 8 represents new beginnings, and when written 3 times, it means completion of transition, birth of renewal, and infinite continuation of grace. Every 888 becomes a declaration: I'm ready for what's next. I won't settle where I was sent, only to stay. I will keep walking. And when you type it, imagine planting a flag of faith in this very moment. You're telling heaven, I'm available again. You're telling your soul, we move forward now. Because chosen ones don't just celebrate what has been, they anticipate what's becoming. They don't build shrines to yesterday, they build bridges to tomorrow. They understand that calling is alive, breathing, evolving. What's ahead may not look like what's behind, but it will carry the same fingerprint of grace. You can trust that every step forward will reveal another layer of God's goodness. You don't have to strive to make it happen. Just stay surrendered. Stay sensitive. Stay ready. And as you move into this next dimension of purpose, keep your hands open and your heart humble. The same wind that brought you here will guide you again. The same light that revealed your path will brighten the next one. You are stepping into continuation, not conclusion. The promise isn't over, it's unfolding. And every 888 written here is heaven's reminder that the story of your calling is still being written. And the author hasn't put down his pen. There is something profoundly sacred about gratitude that turns into generosity. It's the moment when your testimony stops being just your own and starts becoming a spark for others. You've walked through valleys, crossed rivers, and climbed unseen mountains to stand where you are now. That journey has produced something rare, a heart that knows how to give, not from abundance, but from understanding. You've seen how God restores. You've tasted the sweetness of peace after seasons of pressure. And now heaven whispers, don't keep the light to yourself, because what you've received was never meant to end in your hands, it was meant to travel. The miracle multiplies when it's shared. You are like a candle that was once unlit. When God ignited your flame, it wasn't only to warm your own corner of the world, it was so that you could carry fire to others still sitting in the dark. That's what this moment is about. Not obligation, but overflow. It is written in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 16, Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. That verse isn't a command rooted in pressure, it's an invitation rooted in purpose. Your light isn't for display, it's for direction. When people see what God has done through you, they aren't drawn to your strength, they're drawn to His. Your story becomes a mirror that reflects His mercy. Think of how sunlight moves through a forest. It filters between branches, touches every leaf differently, yet the source remains the same. That's what your influence is meant to be, light moving through ordinary things, reaching hearts in places you might never walk physically. And so, in this sacred pause, I want to invite you into something beautiful, not transactional, but transformational. If these words have spoken to your spirit, if they've steadied you when life felt unsteady, then let your light ripple outward. You can do that simply by liking, sharing, or subscribing. But I want you to picture it differently this time, not as a click, but as an act of compassion. Every small gesture becomes a seed planted in someone else's midnight. Every share becomes a candle passed from one trembling hand to another. When you like, you aren't just acknowledging a message, you're breathing life into it. You're saying, yes, I see the light here. Yes, this truth matters. That single act can make a message rise higher, where someone drowning in despair might catch sight of it. You never know how far one echo of hope can travel. When you share, you're extending a bridge. You're creating a pathway between your testimony and someone else's transformation. Maybe they'll never tell you it helped them, but heaven will remember. Heaven always keeps record of light that travels. And when you subscribe, think of it not as joining a channel, but as choosing a journey. You're saying, I want to keep walking in the flow of truth. I want to stay connected to the voice that reminds me of who I am. Every subscription becomes like anchoring your ship to a current of grace. You'll keep being guided. Even when waves rise again, there's a rhythm to this giving. You're not forced to do it. You're invited to. You're participating in the circulation of light, like blood through the body of Christ, like rivers through a valley, like wind through the trees. Every response, no matter how small, becomes movement in that living ecosystem of encouragement. Think of it like this: when a drop of water falls into a still pond, it doesn't stay small. It expands outward in circles, each one reaching farther than the last. That's what your act of kindness does. When you engage with messages of truth, you're creating ripples that may touch shores you'll never see. So yes, if this message has found its way into your heart, take a moment to like, share, and subscribe. But let it be your offering, not your obligation. Do it as you would plant a seed, knowing you may never see the tree, but trusting it will give shade to someone else. Do it as you would release a dove, trusting it will find another who needs to know peace is possible again. Do it as you would light a lantern in a long hallway, believing someone will see that faint glow and realize the exit was never too far. Because that's how light travels. It doesn't ask permission, it just shines. What we build here is more than a digital moment. It's a movement of grace. A constellation of chosen ones who carry fire in their voices, peace in their words, and purpose in their presence. Every act of engagement strengthens that constellation until the night no longer feels so dark. This isn't about numbers, it's about nourishment. Each new soul that encounters this message becomes part of the tapestry. Your support doesn't just help something grow online, it helps light flow into places algorithms can't reach: hospital rooms, quiet bedrooms, silent tears. That's what your engagement really does. It becomes ministry in motion. And as you do it, asterisk, asterisk, as you like, as you share, as you subscribe, asterisk, asterisk, know that heaven smiles not because of the gesture itself, but because of the heart behind it. You are saying, I believe this light deserves to go further. And heaven agrees, somewhere out there. Another soul is waiting for the same message that once reached you. When your light joins with others, together it becomes a great fire across nations, a living testimony that even through screens, God still speaks. So let your response be, Happiest, yes. Not a loud performance. Let it rise naturally, like the sun, like mercy, like hope reborn every morning. And as you lift this message higher, may the same light you give away circle back to you, stronger, warmer, brighter than before. You were never called to carry your light alone. You were called to share it, to let it travel, to let it transform. And it starts right here with one small act, done in love. There comes a time in every chosen one's journey when God begins to separate noise from necessity. You start noticing the difference between what fills your day and what fulfills your purpose. It's subtle at first, a whisper, a quiet unease when you're in the wrong room, or a sudden peace when you step where you're meant to be. These are not coincidences, they are divine cues. Heaven is refining your focus. You've learned by now that blessings can become distractions if they pull you away from the builder. Not every open door is an invitation. Some are detours dressed in opportunity. Discernment becomes your compass, and stillness becomes your strength. The higher you go, the quieter it gets. True elevation doesn't come with crowds cheering. It often comes with silence surrounding. In that silence, you'll find clarity. It's where God separates the necessary voices from the noise that used to feel essential. In this phase, you will outgrow certain conversations, certain environments, and even certain versions of yourself. It won't always feel comfortable. You may feel misunderstood by those who knew your former season. But spiritual maturity teaches you this: you cannot stay small just to keep others comfortable. The transformation that once terrified you is now your testimony. You used to pray for change, now you are the change. God is not just changing your surroundings, He's shifting your standard. You no longer fit where you once fought to belong. And that's not rejection, it's refinement. It is written in the book of Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 1. Therefore, since we are surrounded by such a great cloud of witnesses, let us throw off everything that hinders and the sin that so easily entangles, and let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us. Oh, that scripture calls you not to rush, but to release. The weight you're being asked to lay down isn't always sin, it's often excess. The expectations of others, the fear of failure, the pressure to prove. These are invisible chains that slow destiny's pace. When you let go, you create space for divine acceleration. Think of a bird preparing for migration. Before the long journey, it sheds excess feathers, instinctively lightening itself for flight. The shedding isn't loss, it's strategy. Likewise, the things and people leaving your life right now are not subtraction, they're simplification. God is making you aerodynamic for destiny. It might sting, though release always feels like loss at first. You'll question yourself, wondering if you've misheard God. But in time, you'll realize that clarity often requires separation. Some prayers are only answered after isolation. Some wisdom is only born in solitude. There was once a violin maker known for creating instruments that produced the purest tones. When asked for his secret, he said, "It's not what I add, but what I remove." Every unnecessary piece of wood steals the sound. That's how God works with you. He removes what muffles your resonance until your life produces a sound that heaven recognizes as worship. This is why your solitude right now is sacred. You're not being hidden because you're forgotten. You're being refined because you're chosen. Hidden seasons aren't punishment, they're preservation. The oil that flows publicly is always crushed privately first. When you stop fighting the pruning, peace enters. You begin to see that every closed door was a shield. Every delay, a detour to protection. What once felt like loss begins to look like love in disguise. God wasn't taking from you, He was tailoring you. And now, He is calling you to walk lighter, to move with less baggage and more boldness. You don't need validation when you've received vision. The same God who whispered to you in obscurity will confirm you in visibility. You don't have to announce your becoming. It will speak for itself. If this message resonates in your spirit, if you feel that gentle tug confirming that this is your season of release, then mark it. Let your response become a small act of alignment. Comment, "I release," below. Not for others, but for yourself. Because every "I release" is more than words. It's a declaration. It's you saying, "I trust the pruning. I trust the process. I trust that what's leaving me is not needed for where I'm going." Not when you type those two simple words. Imagine dropping stones you've carried for too long. Imagine chain loosening, air filling your lungs again, wings stretching freely. It's not about letting go of people, it's about letting go of pressure. It's not about losing, it's about lightening. Every "I release" becomes a key in the spirit. It unlocks rest where striving used to live. It invites peace to take the place of performance. It tells heaven you're ready to travel light into your next chapter. And as you whisper those words, or even just think them, know this: God sees. He sees the courage it takes to unclench your hands, to stop trying to control outcomes, to surrender what you can't sustain. Heaven honors that posture. You don't have to understand everything to release it. You just have to trust the one who holds what you've released. What's coming next requires both strength and stillness. You'll carry more, but it will feel lighter because you'll finally be carrying what's meant for you. And when you step forward with uncluttered hands and an uncluttered heart, you'll feel it wind beneath your wings again. Freedom won't roar this time. It will whisper. It will sound like your own breath returning. So, let go. Let flow. Let peace replace panic. And remember this always: what God removes is never punishment. It's preparation for the purity of purpose that only release can bring. After release always comes renewal. It's the quiet dawn after the storm, when the sky is still pale but full of promise. The air feels different, not heavy with waiting, but light with expectancy. You've surrendered what you couldn't carry, and now your hands are free to receive what's next. This is where God begins to rebuild you, not from scratch, but from the essence of who you've become. You're not being made new because you were broken. You're being made new because you're being refined. The ashes of the past aren't wasted. They're ingredients in the foundation of your future. What looked like ruin has become rich soil. Renewal is gentle. It doesn't demand, it invites. It doesn't rush, it restores. After the tearing, the spirit begins to weave again. Thread by thread, moment by moment. The same God who asked you to release now whispers, "Rest. Let me restore." Restoration doesn't always mean receiving back what was lost. it means being made whole again. Sometimes God doesn't replace, He redefines. He turns emptiness into expansion, wounds into wisdom, tears into testimony. What you thought was gone forever becomes something new under His touch. There was once a craftsman who specialized in repairing old pottery using melted gold. Instead of hiding the cracks, he filled them with brilliance. When asked why, he said, "Because the damage is part of the story. The break makes the beauty possible." That's what God is doing with you. He's not erasing your cracks, He's illuminating them. You are no longer defined by what broke you, you're defined by what was poured into you. It is written in the book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 25, "I will restore to you the years that the locust has eaten." And those words carry hope beyond reason. They tell you that time isn't wasted in the kingdom. God can redeem lost years, missed chances, broken seasons. Nothing is beyond reclamation when grace is at work. The years that felt barren become the very fields that bear double harvest. Renewal happens quietly. You'll notice it in how you think before you speak, how peace arrives faster than panic, how forgiveness comes easier than before. The old you would have reacted, the new you responds with wisdom. The scars remain, but they don't sting. They've become reminders, not restraints. You might not even realize how much you've changed until someone from your past encounters you and says, "You seem different." They'll see the same eyes but not the same fire, because the fire that once consumed you now refines you. You've become tempered steel, stronger, wiser, softer. In this renewal, God teaches you the rhythm of rest, not the kind of rest that comes from exhaustion, but the kind that comes from alignment. Rest isn't the absence of activity, it's the presence of peace. It's what happens when your inside world stops fighting your outside world. When your soul reaches this state, you begin to experience joy without needing a reason. The small things, a sunrise, a kind word, a quiet evening, suddenly feels sacred. That's because you've learned to see through heaven's lens. Renewal isn't only about circumstances changing, it's about vision clearing. There's a story of a vineyard that suffered drought for years. The vines shriveled, the soil hardened, and the owner nearly gave up. But one spring, rain returned. To his surprise, the vines that had endured the drought produced grapes of deeper color and richer flavor than before. The struggle had concentrated their sweetness. Likewise, your endurance has deepened your anointing. The dryness didn't destroy you, it distilled you. Renewal also brings recalibration. The things that once drained you no longer hold your attention. You find joy in simplicity, strength in stillness. You start prioritizing peace over approval, purpose over performance. What once consumed your energy now receives your quiet boundaries. You're no longer desperate to be seen, you're content to be sent. As you move through this season, you'll begin to see life with new depth. Conversations feel weightier. Worship feels richer. Solitude feels sacred. You'll notice God's fingerprints in places you once ignored, in a song lyric, in a stranger's kindness, in the quiet hum of your daily life. Renewal opens your eyes to see that every moment is a meeting place with grace. You've entered a stage of holy maturity. You no longer measure God's goodness by what He gives or withholds. You measure it by His presence. You've stopped asking, "Why me?" and started saying, "Thank you for trusting me with this." That's the shift from survival to surrender. In this space, you learn that healing isn't linear, it's layered. One day, you'll feel whole. The next, you'll feel the ache again. But this time, it won't undo you. The ache will remind you that your heart still beats with purpose. You'll carry the memory, but not the pain. You'll touch the past without reliving it. And as renewal deepens, a quiet confidence begins to grow. You start walking with your shoulders lighter, your head higher, your steps slower, not out of pride, but out of peace. You've stopped running because you've realized you're already where you're meant to be. Everything that's happening now is restoration disguised as routine. The daily moments you once overlooked are becoming sacred rhythms of grace. You wake up not with panic, but with purpose. You move through the day, aware that even the smallest task can carry divine weight. That's what renewal looks like. It's not loud or flashy, it's steady and sure. It's breathing differently because you finally trust the one who gives breath. It's living with open hands, knowing that nothing truly good ever leaves your life. It just transforms. So, let this be your quiet season of becoming. Let the light that once broke you now build you. Let the silence that once scared you now strengthen you. Renewal doesn't mean you've arrived. It means you've been revived. And when you look in the mirror tomorrow and see the calm in your own reflection, smile softly and whisper, "I didn't just survive, I'm being restored." There's a sacred steadiness that follows, true renewal, the kind that no longer needs to prove anything. You begin to walk through each day, not in haste, but in harmony. What once felt like striving now feels like flow. You've stopped chasing what you thought you needed because you've discovered that what's meant for you can't miss you. This is the quiet confidence of one who has seen God's consistency firsthand. Life after restoration doesn't look like a constant celebration. It looks like stability. It's the peace that comes when your soul and your purpose finally agree. You no longer pray from panic, but from partnership. You no longer beg for direction because you've learned how to listen. There's rhythm in your obedience now, a cadence that matches heaven's heartbeat. This stage of the journey is often misunderstood. It's not dramatic. It doesn't draw attention. To the world, it might even seem uneventful, but to your spirit, it's everything. It's the deep rest of knowing that you are aligned, anchored, and assured. You've stopped running toward destiny and started walking with it. According to what is written in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, being confident of this, that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. No, that promise carries you now. It tells you that God is not done. Even in the stillness, He's completing something in you. You don't have to fear losing momentum because grace doesn't run out, it matures. The peace you feel isn't the absence of purpose. It's the evidence that purpose has become part of your nature. This is the season where faith becomes less about asking and more about abiding. You start to sense God not just in the miracles, but in the mundane, the hum of morning light, the quiet rhythm of work, the laughter of those around you. You realize that the holy isn't separate from the human, it's woven through it. There's a story about a violinist who was once asked why he kept practicing scales after mastering the concert halls. He smiled and said, "Because mastery isn't maintenance, it's mindfulness. Every note keeps me tuned." That's what this stage feels like. You're not working for favor, you're staying tuned to it. Every act of humility, every prayer whispered in silence, keeps you aligned with the source. The world will try to rush you again. It will whisper that peace means you're falling behind. that quiet seasons mean you're being forgotten. But you've learned the truth. God hides those He's about to highlight. What looks like invisibility is often incubation. What feels like delay is often development. Here, in this sacred normalcy, God begins to refine your sensitivity. You start hearing His voice in subtle ways, in interruptions, in intuition, in small nudges that redirect your steps. You begin to live not by impulse, but by impression. That's maturity, when your discernment grows sharper than your desires. The beauty of this stage is that you no longer need external validation. You've become comfortable with divine timing, even when it's quiet. You no longer measure fruit by applause, but by peace. You know that consistency is as holy as breakthrough. You realize that sustaining grace is as miraculous as sudden deliverance. Think of a tree by a riverbank. It doesn't rush to grow. It simply stays planted. Its roots stretch deeper, not louder. And in time, the fruit appears naturally. That's you now, rooted, nourished, unshaken. You've discovered that the secret to longevity is not speed, but surrender. There's also a humility that blossoms in this place. You look back and see how every season had purpose, the pain, the pruning, the pauses. You no longer resent them. You honor them. Each chapter shaped your character. You see now that every unanswered prayer was grace in disguise. Every closed door, a gentle redirection. Gratitude no longer feels like effort. It's instinct. You've also learned to love people differently. Compassion comes easier now because you recognize pieces of your past in others' struggles. You no longer judge journeys that look messy. You understand the beauty of process. Renewal has softened your perspective. You don't rush to fix others. You simply walk beside them, shining quietly, knowing that sometimes presence is the greatest ministry. And through it all, you remain teachable. You understand that spiritual maturity isn't reaching a summit, it's staying surrendered on the climb. God will continue to refine you, reveal you, and reposition you, not because you're lacking, but because you're living. Each new breath is proof that there's still more to unfold. The temptation in peace is to grow complacent, but peace isn't passive, it's preparation. This season is about learning how to carry calm into every context. It's training for influence that doesn't waver when storms rise again. The quietness of now is strengthening your spirit for the volume of what's coming. So don't rush this part. Let it breathe. Let it build you. There's something holy about walking through ordinary days with extraordinary awareness. Every sunrise, every conversation, every still moment becomes communion. You've reached a point where heaven feels close, not because of miracles, but because of mindfulness. If the earlier chapters of your story were about surviving the storm, this one is about learning to live in the sunlight after it. You are no longer the person who flinches when thunder rolls. You've learned that rain grows gardens. You've learned that peace isn't fragile, it's fortified. In this stillness, God is completing what He began. You don't need to strive to sustain it. You just need to stay open. The same grace that brought you here will keep you here. And when it's time to move again, you'll recognize the shift, not as disruption, but as direction. Until then, let peace be your prophecy. Let contentment be your confirmation. You are no longer trying to build a life that impresses, you're cultivating one that endures. This is the quiet strength of the chosen. They know when to run, when to rest, and when to simply remain. There comes a moment in every journey when reflection turns into revelation. You no longer look back to grieve, but to glean, to gather the lessons that were hidden in loss. What once felt random now feels deliberate, as if invisible threads were weaving each season into a single story of purpose. You start to see how the valleys prepared you for the mountains, how the nights taught you to notice dawn, how waiting built the strength that winning now requires. You've spent time learning obedience, resilience, and surrender. Now you're learning something even greater: how to dwell in peace without losing momentum. It's a delicate balance, to rest deeply and still move forward, to enjoy fulfillment without becoming complacent. That balance is the hallmark of maturity. It's where trust stops being a concept and becomes your lifestyle. There's a rhythm to this stage of life. The noise of striving has faded, replaced by a steady hum of awareness. You wake up not in panic, but with purpose. The air feels different, not heavy, not frantic, but alive. You begin to recognize the pulse of divine timing in everything, the way conversations align, the way opportunities appear without effort, the way peace arrives even when plans don't go your way. It is written in the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 9, "In their hearts humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps." That verse doesn't diminish your agency, it honors it. You still plan, still dream, still move, but with the understanding that God orchestrates the outcome. You no longer pray for control, you pray for cooperation. You no longer chase clarity, you cultivate trust. You can sense this cooperation everywhere. The delays that once frustrated you now feel like protection. The rejections that once wounded you now read like redirection. You realize that God has been editing your life with love, crossing out lines that didn't belong, rearranging paragraphs so that your purpose reads clearer. What was once confusion has become choreography. Every step, even the missteps, found their place in the rhythm of grace. And now you move differently, not anxiously, but intentionally. You've learned that the presence of peace is greater evidence of God's will than the absence of struggle. You've also learned that contentment doesn't mean settling. It means you've stopped outsourcing your joy to circumstances. You've stopped waiting for someday to feel whole. You've realized that this, right here, is sacred ground. The moment you're living now is as holy as any miracle you once imagined. There's a story about a craftsman who carved wooden instruments by hand. His students asked why he worked so slowly, shaping each curve with care. He smiled and said, "Because every sound the instrument will ever make is hidden in the wood. My job isn't to rush it, it's to reveal it." That's what God has been doing with you. Every trial, every trimming, every test was shaping your sound. Now, when you speak, heaven hears music. In this stage, gratitude deepens into something weighty and wordless. You no longer thank God only for what He's done, you thank Him for who He's made you to become. You see, that character was the real miracle all along. You wouldn't trade the struggle now, because you understand its necessity. The path that once felt painful has become precious, because it carried you here into wholeness, into wisdom, into wonder. You begin to love life differently. You notice things you used to overlook: the sound of rain on your window, the softness in someone's eyes, the grace in an ordinary day. You find God not just in revelation, but in routine. The sacred hides in simplicity. The people around you can feel the change, even if they can't name it. There's a peace about you that doesn't depend on outcomes. Your laughter sounds freer. Your words weigh heavier. Your silence carries meaning. You've become a resting place for others, a living reminder that stillness and strength can coexist. But even in this peace, you stay teachable. You know the journey isn't finished, just transformed. The same God who carried you through crisis will carry you through calm. You no longer see change as threat, it's invitation. You no longer see uncertainty as punishment, it's potential. This is the posture of those who have walked with God long enough to know His patterns. You've learned that endings and beginnings often blur together. What feels like closure is sometimes a quiet continuation. God doesn't move in straight lines. He moves in circles of completion. So now, you walk softly but steadily. You trust the timing of things without needing to predict them. You plan, but you leave space for divine surprises. You sow, but you don't obsess over the harvest. You live as someone who knows that every breath, every step, every day is guided. There's no hurry anymore. The timeline has been surrendered. The striving has been replaced by surrender. And surrender has become second nature. You rest not because everything is perfect, but because you've finally realized it doesn't have to be, and in that peace, you feel something stirring again, not anxiety, not fear, but expectancy, the kind that whispers, something beautiful is still ahead, because for those who walk with God, there's always more. Even now, heaven is still unfolding, chapters you haven't read yet. The story doesn't end in peace, it expands from it. Every calm breath you take now becomes the foundation for the next miracle God is preparing to write through you. So keep walking with quiet wonder. The author is still writing, and your best pages are yet to come. There is a kind of peace that feels like sunrise after a long night, soft, steady, and almost sacred in its simplicity. You don't even notice when it begins. You just realize one morning that the darkness isn't as heavy as it used to be. That's how divine completion arrives, not with fanfare, but with quiet fulfillment. You have crossed through valleys, climbed mountains, and walked through deserts to stand here, at the edge of something eternal. This is not the end of your journey, it's the awakening of awareness. You see your life now not as a series of accidents or coincidences, but as one continuous conversation between heaven and your soul. Every detour had dialogue. Every delay had direction. Every disappointment had design. You can finally trace the invisible thread that connected each chapter, leading you right here. Completion is not about everything being perfect, it's about everything being purposeful. You realize now that even what broke you carried blessings inside it. Every heartbreak enlarged your heart for compassion. Every wilderness taught you wisdom. Every silence strengthened your spirit to hear the whisper of God without needing the thunder. According to what is written in the book of Revelation, chapter 21, verse 5, He who was seated on the throne said, "Behold, I am making all things new." That verse isn't a promise for someday, it's an announcement for now. God is not just fixing what was lost, He's transforming what remains. The renewal you've experienced in fragments throughout this journey has now become your foundation. You no longer live waiting for newness, you live as newness. There's a story told of a painter who, after years of labor, finished his final masterpiece. When visitors admired it, They said, "It's perfect." But the painter smiled and replied, "It's not perfect, it's complete." That's the distinction of divine craftsmanship. Perfection belongs to heaven. Completion belongs to those who walk faithfully through process. And now, standing where you are, you realize that what God was building wasn't just a story around you, it was a strength within you. He was crafting a vessel sturdy enough to carry His glory, flexible enough to handle His purpose, and humble enough to remember its source. The beauty of this stage is that there's no rush to prove, no need to perform, no hunger for applause. You've discovered that peace is its own reward. The applause of heaven has become louder than the noise of earth. You are no longer driven by desire, you are drawn by design. The journey has changed the way you see everything. You now understand that storms aren't always signs of danger. Sometimes they are divine transport, carrying you into new territories. You see that endings aren't always closure. Sometimes they're coronations. Every ending is God's way of crowning what was faithful, not forgotten. You can finally breathe differently, deeper, slower, more present. There's gratitude in your inhale, grace in your exhale. You've learned that life isn't about controlling the winds, but about trusting the one who commands them. In this peace, God begins to reveal something you couldn't see before, that His promises were never just about destinations, they were about transformation. He never simply wanted to get you there, He wanted to shape who you'd become along the way. That's why certain prayers were delayed, certain doors closed, certain roads curved longer than you hoped. He wasn't withholding answers, He was developing the strength needed to hold them. This is the quiet strength of those who have walked with God long enough to recognize His patterns. You've learned to love His timing, even when it confuses you. You've learned to see His fingerprints in both fire and fog. You've learned to trust that when He removes something, it's because He's making space for something sacred. And now, looking back over the landscape of your life, you see beauty where pain once lived. The ashes have turned to gardens. The ruins have become resting places. The long nights have become testimonies of dawn. You no longer regret the journey, you revere it. Completion teaches you to honor process. It teaches you that wholeness doesn't mean you'll never hurt again. It means you've learned how to heal faster. It means you no longer fear breaking because you know the builder personally. You've also learned that faith isn't a feeling, it's a focus. It's waking up each morning with quiet confidence, even when the path ahead isn't visible. You don't need proof anymore. You've lived the evidence. You've seen what happens when surrender replaces striving, when peace replaces panic, when grace becomes gravity. And maybe that's the greatest miracle of all, not that circumstances changed, but that you did. You've been refined by fire, redefined by faith, and realigned by grace. You no longer see life as something happening to you, but something happening through you. You are the living echo of redemption, a walking witness that God wastes nothing. So here, at this closing chapter, there's no need for fanfare. There's just stillness. You stand in it like someone standing at the edge of an ocean at sunrise, watching the light spill across the water, realizing that what's ahead is infinite. The waves whisper that this is not the end, only continuation in another form. You are ready now not to return, not to retreat, but to rise, not to seek signs, but to be one. You carry the light that once led you through darkness, and now it radiates through you for others to follow. And as you take one final look back, not in longing, but in love. You understand what this whole journey has been about. It was never about relocation, it was about revelation. God wasn't just moving you to a new place, He was moving you into a new version of yourself. The story ends, not with exhaustion, but with emergence. You have become the very thing you once prayed for, whole, awake, and unwavering. The season of striving has closed, the season of shining has begun. And now, you've reached the end of this journey, but not the end of your story. You've walked through valleys of uncertainty, through deserts of delay, and now you stand on the mountain of understanding. You've seen how every pain carried purpose, how every silence held a seed, and how every closed door became a corridor toward divine direction. What began as a message has become a movement within you, a whisper that reminds you, "I was never forgotten." Unquote. The journey of God's chosen ones was never about religion, it was about revelation. It was about remembering who you are and why you were chosen to walk a road most wouldn't dare to take. Through each word, you've been rebuilt. Through each section, you've been reshaped. You've become both the traveler and the testimony. But before you go, take one more moment to breathe it in. Let gratitude fill every corner of your being. Look at how far you've come, not just in circumstance, but in spirit. You've gone from questioning to knowing, from striving to surrender, from brokenness to beauty. That's not coincidence, that's craftsmanship. You are proof that heaven writes in restoration. And now, as one chapter closes, another begins. The message you've carried here is not meant to stay trapped within text or memory. It's meant to move through you. Somewhere out there, someone is standing where you once stood, searching, trembling, waiting for a word that will bring them back to hope. You can be that voice. If this message has stirred something inside you, if it has spoken truth into your silence, then let it live beyond you. You can do that gently, intentionally, by liking, sharing, or subscribing. But don't think of it as digital engagement. Think of it as divine alignment. Each act becomes a beam of light traveling outward, crossing borders you'll never see, reaching hearts you'll never meet. When you like, it's not about approval, it's about agreement. You're saying, yes, this truth matters. Yes, I carry this fire too. When you share, imagine yourself lifting a lantern high in the night, guiding another soul out of confusion. You never know who will stumble upon your light at the very moment they needed to remember that heaven still speaks. And when you subscribe, you're not joining a channel, you're joining a circle of awakening souls. You're saying, I want to keep walking in the flow of revelation, to grow, to glow, to go deeper. And because when you share this message, you're not just spreading words, you're helping someone else relocate from despair to destiny. When you subscribe, you're saying, I'm ready for where God is taking me next. Now, and if your heart feels full, if this message has reached into the quiet parts of you, leave a comment below. Not just any comment, leave your reflection, your testimony, your yes. Because when you speak, you solidify the shift. Your words might be the bridge for someone else's breakthrough. Each like is a spark. Each share is a flame. Each comment is a constellation forming in the night sky of faith. Together, they light the horizon. You may never know how far your small act travels, but heaven knows. So don't let this moment end here. Carry it. Let it echo in your choices, your prayers, your presence. You are not just a listener, you are a light bearer now. You are part of something living, something luminous, something that will keep rippling through time long after this moment passes. So go ahead, like, share, comment, subscribe, not because you must, but because you may, because you believe that what changed you might just change someone else too. And as you do, may peace settle deep within you. May purpose rise through you. And may your life continue to shine with the unmistakable mark of the chosen one you were always meant to be.